Chapter 2200. Before long, the news of Yi Xian obtaining the vein of the heavens spread throughout the great wilderness and the spirit demon race. The vein of the heavens. That was a godlike existence. Even the Time Lord and the Five Elements Lord coveted such a divine item. And now Yi Xian obtained it. Who was Yi Xian? In fact, both the great wilderness and the spirit demon realm were familiar with Yi Xian. After all, this was the one who slaughtered the spirit demon realm. After a moment of silence, Mu Su turned and left. Beside him, Tai Huang frowned and said softly, "Pavilion Master." At this moment, an expert from the great wilderness temple suddenly appeared in front of Tai Huang and said solemnly, "Hall Master, the vein of the heavens, should we snatch it?" Tai Huang slapped him with the back of his hand. Boom. The expert from the great wilderness temple was slapped tens of thousands of meters away. Tai Huang coldly glanced at the expert that was sent flying, then pointed at his own head, somewhat disappointed that iron did not meet his expectations. Don't just cultivate realms, cultivate more IQ. With that he turned and left. The expert from the great wilderness temple. In the distant starry sky, Yi Xian and Qin Guan traveled on their swords. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan not far away. Qin Guan had his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind, exuding an indescribable temperament. Qin Guan suddenly smiled. "Young Master Yi, is the spirit demon race troubling you?" Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan smiled. "You don't need to be afraid of them. Their race will eventually become history." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. "Why?" Qin Guan smiled mischievously. "Because they're troubling you." Yi Xian was silent for a moment. "Why will they become history if they're troubling me?" Qin Guan smiled. "Young Master Yi, there are 4 types of people in this world that are very terrifying. You're one of them." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Can you tell me more about it?" Qin Guan nodded slightly and said, "In our galaxy, people like you are called the Chosen One, that is, the Halo of Light. Under normal circumstances, you will not die unless—" Yi Xian quickly asked, "Unless what?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "Unless the next person with the mandate of heaven appears. If the next person with the mandate of heaven appears, then the previous person will no longer be the only one, and everything in the world will no longer revolve around him. Therefore he may die." Yi Xian was silent. Qin Guan sized up Yi Xian and then he said, "You're the only one right now, so you won't die for now. But I have a feeling that you won't be the only one anymore." Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. "Who's next? Can I kill him in advance?" Qin Guan blinked. "I advise you not to do that." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "What?" Qin Guan said seriously, "Because the next person with the mandate of heaven is likely to be your son." Yi Xian's expression froze. Qin Guan suddenly said, "Uncle Yang, that is, your father, is the last person with the halo of light." Yi Xian. At this time Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Sister Guan, aren't you afraid of revealing the secret of heaven?" Qin Guan grinned and then took out a gun. "I have a gun. I'm not afraid." Xiao Ta. Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "Miss Qin Guan, what realm are you in?" Qin Guan shook her head. "I don't cultivate." Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. You don't cultivate? Are you a person with no realm?" Qin Guan nodded. "I like research but I don't like cultivation. So I don't fight." "Don't fight." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. This woman is so terrifying but she doesn't know how to fight? Don't know how to fight? Yi Xian said in a low voice, "So, you've been relying on this gun to defend yourself all these years?" Qin Guan shook her head. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. He was about to speak when Qin Guan suddenly said, "I don't rely on this gun. I rely on many guns. I have a lot of guns. I've fed each gun with 100 million star god veins." Yi Xian's expression froze. 100 million star god veins. Yi Xian's mind was in a mess. Is this what a rich woman is like? I only dare to use 50,000 at a time, but she uses 100 million at a time. Are these star god veins cabbages? I'm afraid I'm a fake second generation. At this time, Qin Guan said, "In addition to star god veins, there is also a kind of spirit vein called time vein. This kind of time vein is the core spirit vein of a world. This kind of time vein is relatively rare because it takes at least 1,000,000 years to condense into a time vein. Moreover, during this period it can't be destroyed. Otherwise it can't be called time vein. It can only be regarded as a pseudo-time vein." At this point she shook her head slightly. "This kind of time vein is too rare. Even I have less than a few million." Yi Xian's expression froze again. "A few million? Is it really rare? Is it really rare?" Yi Xian was about to collapse. Qin Guan suddenly took out a gun from her small cloth bag. This gun was a little long as an adult. She glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "This is my big sniper. I've installed 200 million star god veins. In a million universes, as long as I want, I can instantly snipe anyone to death. With one snipe their head will burst. I named it, Don't Mess With Me." Don't mess with me. Yi Xian, Qin Guan put the "don't mess with me" into the small cloth bag. Then she took out two egg-like things. They were black and had some strange runes and words drawn on them. Yi Xian was a little curious. "This is?" Qin Guan blinked. "You haven't seen it before, right?" Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan smiled. "This is called a nuclear bomb." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "It closed?" Qin Guan shook her head. "The egg you're talking about is not the same as mine." Yi Xian, Qin Guan smiled and said, "I've fed these two with 300 million star god veins. The core has endless energy. As long as I detonate it, hee." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then asked, "How powerful is it?" Qin Guan thought for a moment and then said, "It should be able to destroy 10,000 great ancient wastelands and spirit demon realm." Yi Xian. Qin Guan said again, "I named them, disregard for martial ethics." Yi Xian, Qin Guan suddenly shrugged and then said, "It's too powerful. I don't really want to use it because it will hurt the innocent." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, "How about you let me use it?" Qin Guan hurriedly shook her head. No. Your killing intent is too strong. Moreover, your personality is quite extreme. I can't let you use it." As she said that, she quickly put it away. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan's small cloth bag and then said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, if we snatch this cloth bag, what are the chances of success?" Xiao Ta was silent for a moment and then said, "Young master, if you want to snatch it, do it yourself. Please don't drag me into it. I, Xiao Ta, am not that kind of tower." Yi Xian, Qin Guan suddenly looked into the distance and then said, "We'll be there in half an hour." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan and asked with a smile, "Miss Qin Guan, what is your most powerful divine item?" Qin Guan blinked and said, "Why are you asking this?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm curious." Qin Guan smiled and said, "I have 4 extremely powerful ones. However, I can only tell you one of them. I have to keep the other 3 a secret." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Why keep it a secret?" Qin Guan giggled and said, "Trump card. Of course I have to keep it a secret." Yi Xian, Qin Guan said, "I have a fleet." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan and asked, "What kind of fleet?" Qin Guan said, "I have hundreds of cosmic god warships. On each of them, there are hundreds of starship god armaments that can travel through time and space at will. Moreover, the scale is still expanding. My current goal is to build 3,000 of them." As she said, she smiled mischievously and said, "As long as I call them, they can instantly appear in front of me across millions of galaxies. I will attack wherever I point." Yi Xian was silent for a moment and thought to himself, "Xiao Ta, can we afford to offend this woman?" Xiao Ta said in a low voice, "Let's see if you can defend against the sword in her hand, equality of all beings." Yi Xian was silent for a moment and said, "Let's just be friends with her." Xiao Ta said, "Great minds think alike. If you can't win, join. No problem." Qin Guan suddenly said, "We are here." As she said, she stopped and the sword under her feet flew back to her hand. She was about to put the sword into the small cloth bag when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Qin Guan, can I see your sword?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "Of course you can." As she said, she handed the sword to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at it. The sword was 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long, slightly longer than the average sword. The blade was very thin, like a cicada's wing. The blade was average and not particularly sharp. As a whole, there was nothing special about it. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan and said, "Miss Qin Guan, is your sword just an ordinary sword?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "To a swordsman, it is a very ordinary sword." Yi Xian did not understand. "What do you mean?" Qin Guan said, "My sword is only powerful when it's full of money." Yi Xian? Qin Guan took the sword and pointed at the hilt. "This is the entrance to charge money. As long as you feed it with Star God Pulse, it will become very, very powerful. As long as you have money, even an ordinary person can kill a quantitative change realm powerhouse with it. Of course, without money it has no power." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "The strength of this sword does not depend on your attainment in swordsmanship, but whether you have money or not." "Yi Xian," Qin Guan continued, "my sword is not as powerful as yours." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Qin Guan smiled and said, Your sword involves more knowledge and some of its functions such as helping you improve your realm, are not normal. Of course I can understand that. After all, this world is not normal most of the time. Yi Xian, Qin Guan sheathed the sword and said, "Let's go. They must have been waiting for me for a long time." Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw a huge stone door not far away. Yi Xian followed Qin Guan and asked, "Miss Qin Guan, where are we going?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "The Great Thousand Domains, a place where countless planes intersect. Do you remember I told you that there are 4 kinds of people who are very scary? There are 2 other kinds there." Yi Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly sighed, "This girl is not a cultivator, she is a cultivator of money, the Tao of money." P.S. For those who haven't seen yesterday's news, you can search for my official WeChat account on Green Phoenix Peak and click follow to find the news. Later on I will also update some news. The main story of the Milky Way will be updated in the form of news so everyone can follow it. Moreover, the news is also free, you can get it for free, why not? Moreover, every day there will be pictures of some of my cousins and so on. Finally, I will let everyone guess a question. What do you think this Qin Guan's bloodline is? Let me see how many people have the same idea as me. Chapter 2201. Boundless Domain. Yi Xian had to admit he was shocked when he had followed Qin Guan into the vast Kiliacosm territories. In the starry sky, Yi Xian saw countless cities floating in the air. These cities were majestic and extremely luxurious. At a glance, the entire starry sky was filled with them, and there was no end to them. It was a magnificent sight. Not only that, there were many people in the starry sky and their auras were extremely strong. Clearly they were not ordinary cultivators. Lively. This was Yi Xian's first impression. The boundless domain was too prosperous. Suddenly Qin Guan smiled. "Let's go to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." "Miss Qin Guan, is there a Celestial Treasure Pavilion here?" Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Qin Guan turned to Yi Xian and smiled sweetly. "Of course, as long as the world is slightly bigger, there will be a Celestial Treasure Pavilion." "How many Celestial Treasure Pavilions do you have?" Yi Xian asked curiously. Qin Guan tilted her head and thought for a while. After a while, she shook her head. "I'm not sure about the exact number, but there should be tens of millions of them or even more." Yi Xian was speechless. On the way, Yi Xian asked again, "Is the Celestial Treasure Pavilion the headquarters?" "No." Qin Guan shook her head. "Where is your headquarters then?" Yi Xian was curious. Just when Qin Guan was about to speak, a young man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Guan. Behind the young man were 2 old men in black robes. Their auras were as strong as the starry sky. Just by standing there they gave off an invisible pressure. The young man smiled. "Pavilion Master Qin." "Oh, it's Sir Qianji. What's the matter?" Qin Guan smiled. The smile on Qianji's face was gentle. "Nothing. I just heard that Pavilion Master Qin is back. So, I'm here to meet you." As he spoke, he took a look at Yi Xian and smiled. This is young Master Yi Xian, my friend?" Pavilion Master Qin smiled. "Friends?" Hearing this, Qianji's eyes flashed with astonishment. However, he quickly returned to normal and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. "Young Master Yi, nice to meet you." Yi Xian smiled. "Nice to meet you." Qin Guan smiled and said, "Young Master Qianji, I still have some matters to attend to. Farewell." After that, she left with Yi Xian. Qianji was deep in thought as he watched Qin Guan and Yi Xian disappear into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, an old man behind him suddenly said, "Do we need to investigate this youth?" After a moment of silence, Qianji shook his head. "The person that Pavilion Leader Qin befriended is definitely not an ordinary person. If we investigate him recklessly, we might offend him. Moreover, doing so would offend Pavilion Leader Qin." The old man nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Qianji looked into the distance. After some time he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Everyone thinks that I, Qianji, can have anything I want, but, sigh." The 2 old men fell silent. They knew their young master's intention. If it was any other woman, their young master could have her with a wave of his hand. However, Pavilion Leader Qin was different. She was kind to everyone. This was polite, but it was also a form of alienation. On the road far away, Yi Xian was curious. "Miss Qin Guan, did you go there to look for me?" Qin Guan shook her head. "Not really. I went there to take a look at the vein of the sky. Since you were there, I guess it's fate." Yi Xian smiled. "It's fate indeed." Not long later, Qin Guan brought Yi Xian to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. There were 12 floors in the pavilion and it was spacious. As soon as Qin Guan arrived at the entrance, an old man came out to welcome them. The old man walked to Qin Guan and knelt down. Pavilion leader. Qin Guan rolled her eyes at the old man. Oldly, didn't I tell you that I don't like to kneel? I don't like kneeling at every turn. Next time you see me, don't kneel. Oldly smiled awkwardly. I forgot. Qin Guan shook her head helplessly. You always say that you forgot. Are all the presidents and managers here? Oldly quickly said, 1,360 presidents and 350 managers are here. Qin Guan nodded. Let them wait a little longer. With that, she walked into the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian followed her. Glancing at Yi Xian, Mr. Li felt a little curious. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly followed after them. Qin Guan came to the 12th floor. Seeing Yi Xian following, Old Li hesitated but didn't say anything. But to his surprise, Yi Xian followed Qin Guan into the 12th floor. Qin Guan didn't let Yi Xian stay outside. Old Li was in disbelief. For so many years, no one had been able to enter the 12th floor. Who was this young man? Old Li was curious. On the 12th floor, after Yi Xian came in, he looked around. The room was filled with bookshelves. There were many books on the bookshelves. He casually glanced at them and realized they weren't from this world. Qin Guan sat in front of the desk and looked at Yi Xian. She smiled. Can you lend me your sword again? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. With that, he moved his mind and the green profound sword flew to the desk in front of Qin Guan. Qin Guan carefully sized up the green profound sword before picking up the pen and writing. Yi Xian walked closer and couldn't understand it. Words that didn't belong to this world. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Miss Qin Guan, what are you writing? Qin Guan smiled. I am writing a record of rare treasures. I will write down all the divine items that I see. Yi Xian was quite curious. How many have you recorded? Qin Guan shook her head. Not many. Only 37 of them have been recorded so far. Yi Xian asked, are they ranked? Qin Guan nodded and smiled. Yes. This sword of yours is ranked at the 3rd position. The 3rd. Yi Xian was quite disgruntled when he heard this, and he waved his hand. Why is it only the 3rd position? I refuse to accept it. Soul suddenly said, I refuse to accept it. Qin Guan blinked and smiled. Do you know what the 1st and 2nd position are? Yi Xian shook his head. We refuse to accept anything. We don't approve of your ranking. Qin Guan smiled delicately. Do you really not want to know what's ranked at the 1st and 2nd position? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I don't believe there's anything more formidable than the green profound sword. Qin Guan sized up the green profound sword and said, this sword is peerless indeed. However, there's still a gap when compared to the 1st and 2nd positions. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, what's the 1st position? Qin Guan flipped to a page and said, let's talk about the 2nd position first. The 2nd position is called the Daebi, and it's the sharpest divine item in the universe. A single stroke of its brush can determine the fate of all things in the universe. The tip of this brush is the sharpest known to the world, and it's even sharper than your sword. Its tip can easily tear apart a few tens of thousands of universes, and it's matchless. Besides that, this brush surpasses all Daos and techniques, and it will never fall into the cycle of reincarnation unless time strikes it. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then he asked, it's that formidable? Qin Guan nodded. It's extremely formidable. Your current sword is unable to go against it. However, I can feel that the person who made this sword deliberately forged it to this extent in order to make it suitable for you to use. Yi Xian was silent for a moment and then he said, is this the Daebi in your hands? Qin Guan smiled. Not in my hands, but I know where it is. Yi Xian was curious. Where? Qin Guan said, my hometown. Yi Xian was stunned. The Milky Way? Qin Guan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was silent. Damn. Are there so many big shots in the Milky Way? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and asked again, what about the 1st position? Qin Guan blinked and said playfully, that's a secret for now. Yi Xian was speechless. Miss Qin Guan, it's not good to keep me in suspense. Qin Guan smiled and said, you'll know in the future. However, I can tell you that the 1st position is also in my hometown, the Milky Way. As she spoke, she began to record the Qingxian sword. At the side, Yi Xian was speechless. Keeping me in suspense, how wicked. He had to admit that he was getting more and more curious about the Milky Way. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but ask, Miss Qin Guan, is this the Milky Way's martial arts civilization? Is it very advanced? Qin Guan stopped and shook her head. The martial arts civilization in the Milky Way is not advanced. On the contrary, the martial arts civilization in our place is very low level compared to this vast universe. However, there is a super big shot in that place. Therefore, the Milky Way has become a little special. Yi Xian was curious. What kind of super big shot? Qin Guan thought about it and said, I can't say. Yi Xian's face darkened. She's keeping me in suspense again. After a while, Qin Guan closed the ancient book in front of her and said with a smile, Done. Let's go to the meeting. As soon as she finished speaking, she put down her brush and walked out. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Should I go as well? Qin Guan smiled. Of course. You're a super VIP of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In theory, you're a member of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion as well. Yi Xian was speechless. After a while, Qin Guan led Yi Xian to a starry sky. This was a sealed starry sky, and there were over 1,700 people gathered here when he and Qin Guan arrived. Yi Xian noticed that most of the experts here had actually attained the quantitative change realm. Moreover, over 30 of them were unfathomable. This had obviously surpassed the quantitative change realm. What a grand scene. Yi Xian sighed softly. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. The people here hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw Qin Guan. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Qin Guan smiled. There's no need to be so polite. Everyone sit. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous long table appeared here, and all of them hurriedly sat around it. Qin Guan sat at the seat of the host, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, who was still looking for a seat. Young Master Yi, sit by my side. The expression of an old man by Qin Guan's side froze when he heard this. But he hurriedly stood up in the next moment, and then he grinned at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please sit by my side. All of them gazed at Yi Xian with curiosity in their eyes. Yi Xian cupped his fists to the old man, and then he sat by Qin Guan's side. Qin Guan glanced at the old man and smiled. Brother Zhang, you don't mind, right? Brother Zhang hurriedly said, Not at all, Pavilion Master. How could I mind such a trivial matter? Qin Guan smiled tenderly. I knew you wouldn't mind. That's why I asked him to sit at your seat. It's just a seat and there's no other meaning. Don't think too much about it. Brother Zhang heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, and she hurriedly said, No. I won't. Qin Guan nodded. Let's find a seat. We have something important to discuss. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man at the side hurriedly stood up and said, Elder Zhang, please sit. Elder Zhang's status in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was so high that it was only inferior to a few extraordinary elders that were hidden in the shadows. Elder Zhang glanced at the middle-aged man, nodded slightly, and then sat on the middle-aged man's seat. The middle-aged man was just about to look for a seat when a man beneath him hurriedly stood up. Elder Jun, please sit at my seat. Yi Xian was speechless when he witnessed this scene. Qin Guan had a slight headache as well. She pressed lightly on her head and shook her head. I know that there are ways of the world wherever there are people, but all of you have to act according to the situation. If you continue giving way like this, then you'll have to give way for another hour, right? Everyone was speechless. Qin Guan took out a notebook from her small pouch and then she said, I gathered all of you here mainly for two things. Firstly, young Master Yi possessed my Azure token, but my subordinates disobeyed the rules I set. Not only did they refuse to help young Master Yi, they even plotted against him. Regarding this matter, all of you, meanwhile, Brother Zhang suddenly spoke coldly, kill. These people disrespected the Pavilion Master and deserve to be killed. Yes, kill. Disrespected the Pavilion Master. Slaughter 3 of their clans. No. Disrespecting the Pavilion Master is a grave crime. How could it be enough to slaughter 3 of their clans? Slaughter 9 of their clans. I'll listen to the Pavilion Master. Whatever the Pavilion Master says, the Pavilion Master is wise and valiant. He is skilled in both literature and martial arts. He will live for thousands of years and unify the universe. Long live the Pavilion Master. Long live the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master is awesome. Yi Xian was dumbfounded by this scene. Chapter 2202. Yi Xian was speechless when he witnessed this scene. He'd seen flatterers, but he'd never seen flatterers in such a way. These fellows are too shameless. Moreover, all of them are extraordinary experts. Qin Guan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, slapped her forehead lightly with her right hand. My head hurts. Yi Xian was speechless. The others were still flattering Yi Xian without end, and they seemed to have no intention of stopping. Meanwhile, Qin Guan suddenly slapped the table with her right hand. Bang! In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing. Qin Guan glared at them and said, "From this moment onward, all of you better be serious." Everyone hurriedly nodded. Qin Guan spoke indifferently, "Has Yu Xian, who plotted against young Master Yi, been sentenced?" Brother Zhang hurriedly said, "He's been killed." Qin Guan gazed at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang smiled embarrassedly. "He's been sentenced. Disobeying the pavilion master's orders is the #1 crime of my celestial treasure pavilion, and he deserves death. He deserves death." Qin Guan remained silent for a moment before she nodded slightly, and then she turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, my celestial treasure pavilion is in the wrong. We gave you the black sky token, yet we didn't allow you to enjoy the rights you deserve. I represent the celestial treasure pavilion to express our sincerest apologies for this, and I hope you can forgive us." Yi Xian fell silent. Qin Guan said, "There will be compensation." Yi Xian immediately said, Of course. It's just a small matter and it's not worth mentioning. I'm not the type of person to fuss about it." Everyone was speechless. Qin Guan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and then she flipped to the next page. She said, "Next up is a very important matter. I hope everyone will listen carefully. A very chaotic era is coming." A very chaotic era. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard this, and they didn't understand what she meant. Yi Xian was a little curious. "Miss Qin Guan, what chaotic era?" Qin Guan sighed softly, "I only found out not long ago that the forbidden land of the ruins of God has been destroyed. Forbidden area of the ruins of God." The others in the surroundings frowned slightly when they heard this because they'd never heard of it. Yi Xian had never heard of it either. Qin Guan said, "The universe is very big, so big that it has no end. Therefore, everyone only knows that they are in the universe, but they don't know where they are in the universe. Now, I will explain the background of this world in detail so that everyone can have a clear understanding of this universe." As she spoke, she flipped to the next page and continued, "With the vast thousand domains as the center, I headed north of this world. After crossing trillions of light years, I still haven't reached the end of the universe. However, I saw an ancient ruin. According to my investigation, this ruin was at least trillions of years ago. Billions of years ago." All the spectators were dumbstruck when they heard this. Yi Xian was also shocked. An ancient civilization that existed trillions of years ago. Qin Guan continued, "Being in such a complicated universe, we have no idea what stage we are in the history of this universe. Any living being in this universe seems extremely tiny." When she spoke up to hear, she shook her head slightly. "Countless ancestors of my hometown once studied this starry sky universe. We once worked hard to allow our people to enter the starry sky universe and explore this unknown universe. However, the further we went, the more we realized how tiny we were. Because our blue planet isn't even a speck of dust in the universe, no, in the Milky Way galaxy." Everyone fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "What's outside the ancient ruin?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "It's still the boundless universe." Yi Xian fell silent. Qin Guan continued, "Many cultivators often say that the martial Tao has no end. Actually, I think it's the universe that has no end. Since the universe has no end, it means that everything is unknown, and the unknown means that everything is possible. So the Tao has no end." As she spoke, she flipped to another page and said, "I've organized the universe that I know of, and I've named the universe that I know of, Universe Visualization." All of them had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. Qin Guan blinked. "I spent a huge amount of time exploring and searching. So, it's not too much to name it after me, right?" All of them hurriedly shook their heads. "It's not too much." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Qin Guan, I think you can add a word to it." Qin Guan was quite curious. "What word?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Universe Visualization." Qin Guan's eyes blinked. "This," Yi Xian said seriously, "Universe Visualization sounds better." Everyone's expressions grew even more strange. "This kid is so shameless." Qin Guan was slightly hesitant. "This," Yi Xian sighed softly, "if Miss Qin Guan feels that it's difficult, then forget it." Qin Guan immediately said, "All right." Yi Xian's expression froze. "I'm not done." Qin Guan glanced at Yi Xian. "You didn't do anything. Traversing stellar regions is very tiring." Yi Xian sighed softly, "All right. If you feel that it's difficult, then forget it. In any case, this universe has nothing to do with me, Yi Xian. Guarding the universe is very tiring indeed, and it's strenuous and unrewarding." Qin Guan suddenly said, Let's call it universe visualization. Everyone was speechless. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't feel that it's difficult? Qin Guan giggled. It's just a name. Yi Xian fell silent. He suddenly felt that he hadn't gained anything. Something was wrong. Qin Guan continued. The universe visualization is divided into 3 regions. The most powerful force in the northern region is the Forbidden Land. The Forbidden Land's martial arts civilization is advanced, and it has the highest known realm of the universe, the visualization realm. Everyone's expressions froze. Could it be that the pavilion master named it herself? Qin Guan smiled. I named it and the pavilion master has already agreed. This realm was modified by me, and the pavilion master's strength has risen to the next level under my guidance. Therefore, the highest realm of the universe visualization is the visualization realm. As for the other realms, I will tell you about them in detail later because I have already sorted out the current realms. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. Not only are there many realms in the universe visualization, but they are also very messy. Therefore, I have already sorted them out. The unnecessary realms will be deleted, and the useful ones will be kept. Some useful realms will also be combined with other realms to form a new realm. When the time comes, I will announce it to the entire universe visualization. Apart from that, I also wrote a book called Book of Observation. This book records the cultivation methods of each realm in detail, as well as their unique features, so that cultivators can better understand each realm. Below, old Zhang hurriedly asked, Pavilion Master, are you selling this book? Hearing this, all the presidents instantly became excited. If they were to sell it, wouldn't the Celestial Treasure Pavilion make a killing? However, Qin Guan shook his head. I'm not selling. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Qin Guan said seriously, this kind of thing benefits the entire Guanshan cosmos, it can't be measured with money. As she spoke, she glanced at the guild masters present and then. He said, remember, those who are rich enough to rival a country, if they don't have benevolence and do whatever they want, exploiting the people, then they are rich but heartless. Those who are rich but heartless, no matter how much wealth they have, are just slaves to money. At this point, her tone became more serious. I don't care about outsiders, but since you respect me, then you must do as I say. Money is important, but virtue is more important. A gentleman loves money, but he must obtain it in the right way. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan and nodded slightly. This woman's values are as righteous as mine. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion branch presidents nodded, expressing their agreement with Qin Guan's words. Qin Guan continued, has President Meng Meng of the Forbidden Land arrived? At this moment, an old man hurriedly said, Pavilion Master, not yet. The Forbidden Land is too far from the boundless 1,000 domains, and President Meng Meng is still on her way. After a moment of silence, Qin Guan said, I have already planned to build a teleportation array between the 3 domains and the boundless 1,000 domains. There are no problems in terms of funds or technology, but, at this point she looked at Yi Xian, young Master Yi, I was worried about this before, but after seeing the sword in your hand, I made a new discovery. As far as I know, your sword can freely travel through space, right? Yi Xian nodded, that's right. Qin Guan praised, the person who made this sword has unfathomable attainments in space and time. She reminded me that space and time can be homogenized. I have to say it's really awesome. As she spoke, her small face blushed. When I'm excited, my words are too vulgar. Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan continued, I have already understood the mystery of your sword ignoring space and time, so there is no problem in terms of technology. However, because this homogenization of space and time was not my idea, I am embarrassed to directly use it in my teleportation array. Young Master Yi, how about this? You lend me this technology and I will give you 30% of the profits of the teleportation array every year. 30%. Yi Xian blinked, how much? Qin Guan thought for a moment, then said, there should be a minimum of 1 billion star god veins every year. Yi Xian was stunned at first, but the next moment he quickly said, deal. Qin Guan blinked, do you want to ask the person who made this sword first? Yi Xian quickly shook his head, no, I agree. Qing will not have any other opinions. Moreover, her invention is equivalent to my invention. Qing Guan nodded slightly, then turned to look at a young woman not far away, go and draw up a contract. The woman quickly got up and retreated. Yi Xian frowned slightly, do we still need to sign a contract? Qin Guan smiled, of course. Yi Xian's face darkened, you don't believe me. Of course I don't. Qin Guan was straightforward and almost said what she thought, but she reacted quickly and quickly changed her words, Of course I believe young Master Yi, this contract is just a formality, a formality. Yi Xian. At this time Xiao Ta suddenly said, young master, really, not to mention this pavilion, Master Qin, even I don't believe you. Sometimes when you are shameless, can you still be called a human? Let's not talk about other things, just look at how many inheritances you have tricked along the way. You walk into a secret realm ruin and ask people if they have an inheritance? How can you be so thick-skinned? Yi Xian's face darkened. Xiao Ta, you are really bold, how dare you scold Qing? F***ck. Xiao Ta jumped up, you? Chapter 2203. Xiao Ta didn't dare to speak anymore. If he continued, he was afraid that he would be played to death. This young lord was no longer a human. Qin Guan continued, the northern region is the strongest, and it's the forbidden land. As for the strength of the forbidden land, I won't say much, because it wouldn't take long for everyone to find out. Let me tell everyone about the southern region. There are 4 strongest forces in the southern region. The first is the Time Court, whose master is the master of time and controls the Tao of time. The second is the 5 Elements Palace, whose masters are the 5 lords who control the Tao of 5 elements. Actually, as far as I know, he controls more than just the Tao of 5 elements. As she spoke, she flipped to the next page of the notebook and continued, the other 2 are the Law Master and Tao Master. They control at least 70% of the Tao laws and laws of the dark observing cosmos. They are both very powerful, second only to the one in the Forbidden Land. Yi Xian was curious. Who is the strongest among the 4? Qin Guan smiled. It should be the Tao Master who controls 70% of the Tao laws of the world. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Qin Guan said, the other 2 super forces are the primordial sect founded by the primordial immortal lord of the western region, and the master of the vast 1,000 domains, 1,000 Chant City. At this point she smiled and continued, these forces are the strongest forces in the dark observing cosmos. These forces are very far away from each other, so there are no conflicts for the time being. In addition, there are some hidden aristocratic families. However, they have been in seclusion for at least tens of thousands of years, so I won't reveal them and cause trouble for them. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what about the eastern region? Qin Guan's expression suddenly became somewhat solemn. There used to be a super force in the eastern region called the Land of Divine Ruins, but now it has been destroyed. Yi Xian frowned. Destroyed? Qin Guan nodded. At the end of the eastern region, that race is coming. Yi Xian said solemnly, what race? Qin Guan said softly, the Tao race from the burial ground. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The Tao race. Qin Guan nodded. They use Tao as their surname and control thousands of Taos. They claim to be a race that is infinitely close to God. At this point she glanced at Yi Xian. In this race there is someone with the same special identity as you. That person's identity is no weaker than yours. At this moment Xiao Ta suddenly said, big sister, this isn't right, right? Young Lord is a person of destiny, so there shouldn't be anyone with a more special identity than him. Qin Guan smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it's indeed impossible. But who said that the mandate of heaven can't die? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, if the person of destiny dies, then what's the point of playing with the hammer? Qin Guan shook his head and smiled, Xiao Ta, you are still too young to understand. There were 2 situations in which a person with the mandate of heaven would die. The first was when the next person with the mandate of heaven appeared, because after the next person with the mandate of heaven appeared, he would no longer be the only one. During this period of time, if he didn't have invincible strength, he would most likely die. The reason why Uncle Yang is fine is because when young Master Yi appeared, he was already invincible in the world. Almost no one can kill him. At this point she glanced at Yi Xian. If you haven't reached Uncle Yang's strength before the next person of destiny appears, then you may die. Hearing this, Yi Xian was silent. At this moment he suddenly understood what Qing and his father were worried about. Qin Guan continued, there's another situation where the person with the mandate of heaven will die. That is, he is no longer the only person with the mandate of heaven. It is possible for 2 people with the mandate of heaven to appear in a world. At this point she paused and said, of course under normal circumstances it's not very possible. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. That depends on the pen. Yi Xian frowned slightly, what pen? Qin Guan smiled, Daebi. The real terrifying thing about it isn't its strength, but its ability to write the fate of all living things. Therefore it is also called the pen of destiny. It is very powerful. If it were to act up one day you would be in deep trouble. Yi Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said, "Why are you laughing? It seems like you are taking pleasure in my misfortune." Qin Guan blinked. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded seriously. Qin Guan grinned. "Don't bother about such a small problem." Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan continued, "Do you remember that I said there are 4 types of people that can threaten you?" Yi Xian nodded. "Tell me more about it." Qin Guan said, "The first type is someone who is also a person of destiny. It's like a king of a world going to another world. Isn't it very easy for the king of the other world to kill him?" Yi Xian nodded. "What about the other 3 types?" Qin Guan said, "Top big shots." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "What kind of top big shots?" Qin Guan smiled, "Your father." Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan grinned. "If they reach Uncle Yang's level, Uncle Yang will not be able to stop them if they want to kill you. Once such a strong person targets someone weaker than him, the other party will have no chance of survival." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "What about the other 2 types?" Qin Guan whispered, "People outside the rules." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "People outside the rules? What do you mean?" Qin Guan thought for a while then said, "In our place it's called loopholes. Nothing is perfect. There are loopholes and some loopholes are outside the rules. You might not understand it if I tell you this. I know someone outside the rules. You should know him too." Yi Xian asked hurriedly, "Who?" Qin Guan smiled, "A swordsman in a cloud-white robe. He is a person outside the rules." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression froze. "Big brother. Big brother is outside the rules?" Yi Xian asked in his heart. "Xiao Ta, do you think she's right?" Xiao Ta was silent for a while then said, "Anyway, big brother Xiao Yao is really unreasonably strong in my life. He seeks to fight all his life because he can't be defeated, so he always seeks to be defeated." Yi Xian was silent. "Outside the rules," Qin Guan continued, "this kind of person is unreasonably strong." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. "Besides big brother Xiao Yao, is there anyone else outside the rules?" Qin Guan nodded. "There is. And I know who it is." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Who? That Dao clan?" Qin Guan shook his head. "That's not it. The one from Dao clan is not outside the rules. The one from Dao clan is a heaven-defying being." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. "A heaven-defying being?" Qin Guan nodded. "This kind of person is called a variable. This kind of person is a heaven-defying being the moment they appear. Under normal circumstances, from the birth of a universe to its destruction, this kind of person may not appear." Variable. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan then said, "What kind of existence is Qing-er?" Qin Guan said in a low voice, "The Qing-er you are talking about, is it Tianming?" Yi Xian smiled. "You know her?" Qin Guan's lips curled up. "Of course, besides writing the Exotic World Treasure Record, I also wrote the Exotic World Big Boss list. Tianming is so powerful, so she must be recorded in it. However, because I have never come into contact with her, I am not particularly clear on how strong she is." Yi Xian smiled. "Make an estimate." Qin Guan was silent for a moment then said, "I won't say." Yi Xian's expression froze. "Why?" Qin Guan blinked. "I just won't say." Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan smiled. "Don't be depressed. I naturally have my reasons for not saying. Don't be angry, okay?" Yi Xian shook his head, smiling. "I'm not angry, I'm just a little curious." Qin Guan smiled and said, "After I finish writing this Alien World's Big Shots ranking list, I can show it to you first because I have made a ranking in it. At that time you will know who is number 1. Yi Xian smiled. "That's a deal." Qin Guan nodded. "Deal." At this time Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Sis, what kind of existence are you? I think you are also very powerful." Qin Guan shook her head, smiling. "I am not powerful, I am just an ordinary descendant of the Yellow Emperor. I like to explore the universe, like to study the universe, like to play around. I can't compare to these big bosses. Moreover, I don't like fighting and killing. I don't particularly like the law of the jungle in this world, but there is nothing I can do about it because this world is like this. It is easy to change the world, but people's hearts are hard to change." Yi Xian was silent. He had to admit that this woman in front of him was indeed a little special. She was very thoughtful. Qin Guan smiled, and then he glanced at everyone present. "I have gathered everyone here mainly for the second matter because according to what I know, the Tao race has entered the Dark Temple cosmos with ill intentions, and it won't be long before a great calamity may befall this Dark Temple cosmos, so everyone must be mentally prepared." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "What does the Tao race intend to do?" Qin Guan said softly, "Dominate of course and take revenge." Yi Xian frowned slightly. dominate the Dark Temple cosmos? Qin Guan smiled. That's not all. According to what I know, they have a higher goal, and dominating the Dark Temple cosmos is merely their first step. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. Will you stop them? Qin Guan fell silent. Yi Xian said in a low voice, You won't stop them? After a moment of silence, Qin Guan said, In the past there were billions of people in the Dao race and there were about 30 million peak powerhouses. But now there are less than 30 million people in the Dao race, and there are less than 1 million peak powerhouses. Do you know why this is? Yi Xian shook his head. Qin Guan said softly, I have investigated the past. Back then, the top forces of the Dark Temple cosmos joined forces to slaughter the Dao race and snatch their supreme divine item, the Dao scripture. The heavenly vein is a divine item in the Dao scripture. As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian and sighed. Back then, in order to snatch that divine item, they slaughtered billions of people. Back then, the Dao race patriarch and a few of their supreme powerhouses used their lives to escort the few survivors of the Dao race into the burial ground, and before they died, countless youths of the Dao race swore with their blood that as long as the Dao race is not wiped out, they will definitely take revenge. If this generation can't take revenge, then the next generation will. If the next generation can't take revenge, then the next generation will. As she said that, she sighed again. Everything has its cause and effect. The current calamity of the Dark Temple cosmos is because of the sins they committed back then. Yi Xian said in a low voice, The Celestial Treasure Pavilion is so rich. What if they want to rob your Celestial Treasure Pavilion? What will you do? Qin Guan was expressionless and she directly took out a large pile of, Don't talk about martial ethics. When Eggy appears, your parents raised him for nothing. Yi Xian. Chapter 2204. Looking at the two balls, Yi Xian was speechless. Is this the power of money? Qin Guan continued with the meeting. Yi Xian sat aside and listened quietly. He had to admit that he was quite shocked. Because these chairmen from all over the world were reporting the annual income of the Celestial Treasure Pavilions they were in, and Yi Xian discovered that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion with the lowest income had at least 1 billion star divine veins every year. What did that mean? After all, there were more than 1,000 presidents here. Moreover, the annual income of some Celestial Treasure Pavilions reached tens of billions of star god veins. After deducting the cost, they could earn more than half. Most importantly, Qin Guan had said before that she had opened tens of millions of Celestial Treasure Pavilions. Rich woman. Yi Xian could not imagine Qin Guan's wealth. This woman's wealth could only be compared to Little White in the Milky Way. Even Little White might not be able to compare. After all, Little White was an individual, but Qin Guan was different. This woman had many people to help her earn money. Thinking of this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Qing Er was good at everything, but she was not very interested in money. Otherwise, with Qing Er's ability to earn money, Qing Er? After a long time, Qin Guan suddenly said, Dividends. Dividends. As soon as she said this, the president's present became excited. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Even Elder Zhang, who was like an old monk, had a subtle change of expression at this moment. Qin Guan suddenly looked at a woman not far from her. The woman was wearing a simple long dress. Her appearance was average, but her temperament was outstanding. Qin Guan smiled. Fu Qing, this time the Celestial Treasure Pavilion under your jurisdiction has the highest profit. You are this year's top seller. As she spoke, she took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Fu Qing. Everyone scanned it with their divine senses. The next moment, they were all excited, and their eyes were filled with undisguised envy. There were 3 billion star god veins in the storage ring. 3 billion. This was a super huge amount of money. When Yi Xian saw this amount, he was shocked at first, then shocked. 3 billion. How many people wouldn't be able to earn so many star god veins in their entire lives? But this Qin Guan actually rewarded them just like that. Fu Qing was also excited. It was obvious that the reward had exceeded her expectations. She immediately stood up and bowed slightly before saying with a trembling voice, Thank you, Pavilion Master. Qin Guan asked again, Are you in the quantitative change state now? Fu Qing nodded. Yes. Qin Guan nodded slightly. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. This process isn't that simple. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a scroll slowly floated in front of Fu Qing. This scroll contains some of my understanding of the qualitative change realm. It will be helpful to you. The expressions of all the presidents changed drastically when they heard this, and countless stood up. After all, the reason they joined the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was to earn money, but what was the purpose of earning money? Cultivate. Other than money, cultivation techniques were also very important. But now, Qin Guan directly rewarded him with a cultivation technique. It could be said that it was only a matter of time before Fu Qing reached the realm of qualitative change. Countless people were envious. Even those presidents who'd attained the quantitative change state were slightly envious. After all, they'd really had to rely on themselves to find their way bit by bit before they'd met Qin Guan all those years ago. Yet now, Qin Guan had directly provided them with guidance, so they'd be able to avoid many detours. It was truly too difficult to rely on oneself on the path of life without guidance from a noble person. Fu Qing immediately knelt down when she heard Qin Guan, and she was extremely excited and spoke with a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master, I." Qin Guan helped Fu Qing up and smiled. "According to my knowledge, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion that you manage doesn't just earn the most profits, it has the best reputation as well. You deserve it." Fu Qing bowed deeply. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Qin Guan nodded slightly, and then she glanced at the others and said, "Meeting adjourned." All of them stood up, bowed slightly and then left. Meanwhile, a woman walked over to Yi Xian and grinned. "Young Master Yi, do you still remember me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course, Miss Qinglian." Qinglian smiled sweetly. "Young Master Yi, it's been 3 days, but you've become much stronger than before." Yi Xian laughed heartily. Qinglian glanced at Qin Guan who was sitting at the side, bowed deeply and then left. Qin Guan turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "I'll be busy for about 3 days. How about you go and play by yourself first?" Yi Xian smiled. "You said before that there'll be compensation. Do you still remember?" Qin Guan nodded. "What do you want?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly in a dilemma. What should I want? Money? I'm in need of it. Treasures? He indeed coveted Qin Guan's treasures. Qin Guan suddenly smiled. "Why don't you remember it first and let me know when you've thought of what you need?" Yi Xian nodded. "Sure." Qin Guan smiled faintly, then picked up the thick notebook in front of her. "I'll be busy for a while. After that I'll take you to a place." With that she turned and left. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan's small cloth bag, not knowing what he was thinking. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, don't think about this cloth bag. We really can't beat her. Just listening to the treasures of this little sister makes my scalp go numb." Yi Xian's face darkened. "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" With that he turned and left. Stroll around. Yi Xian decided to stroll around the vast 1,000 domains. He had to admit that the vast 1,000 domains was indeed very prosperous. In the starry sky there was an endless stream of people coming and going. In the dark he sensed some hidden auras and each aura was very strong. Yi Xian slowly strolled alone in the starry sky, deep in thought. What Qin Guan said previously had deeply touched her. Unknown. From Qin Guan he learned some unknown information such as the Tao brush, the people who did not follow the rules, the heaven-defying cultivators, the person with the mandate of heaven, and Qing suppressing a certain existence in the Milky Way. Yi Xian sighed softly. "I need to work harder. If I don't work hard now, I'm afraid I'll have to rely on Dad and Qing in the future." Moreover, he now somewhat understood Dad's intention. He also understood what Dad was worried about. As Qin Guan said, there was more than one chosen one, and it didn't mean that the chosen one would not die. Of course, he wasn't interested in this so-called chosen one, but he also knew that the saying, "My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens," was a complete nonsense. How many people in this world could really do that? At least he couldn't do it at the moment. And Qing with Qing undefeatable strength, he could only suppress the other party. Whether he could not kill him or not, it meant that things were getting more complicated. If he didn't work hard now, his head might be smashed in the future. At this moment Yi Xian, who was deep in thought, suddenly turned around and saw a man and a woman walking towards him. He had seen this man before. It was Qianji. And the most powerful force in the vast 1,000 domains was Qianji City. Obviously, this child Qianji was the young governor of Qianji City. Qianji walked towards Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." Yi Xian smiled. "It can't be such a coincidence, right?" Qianji nodded. "To be honest, I'm here to get to know young Master Yi." Yi Xian laughed. "Child Qianji doesn't want to get to know me. You just want to know my relationship with Pavilion Master Qin, right?" Qianji was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "Has Mr. Yi always been so direct?" Yi Xian smiled. "Pavilion Master Qin and I are friends." Friends? Of course he knew what Qianji was trying to do. Qianji must have seen him getting close to Qin Guan. Qianji squinted his eyes. "From what I know, Pavilion Master Qin rarely makes friends." Yi Xian shrugged. "I don't know about that." Qianji kept quiet. Yi Xian smiled. Child Qianji, I have something to attend to. Let's talk later. After that he turned around and left. After Yi Xian left, the woman beside Qianji asked in a deep voice, Cousin, who is this person? Qianji shook his head. I don't know. The woman asked, Do you want to investigate? Qianji kept quiet for a while. The woman understood. She turned around and left. In the starry sky far away, Xiaota suddenly asked, Young master, is Qianji wooing Sister Qin? Yi Xian said with a smile, Why do you ask? Xiaota smiled. I don't think he will be able to woo Sister Qin. Yi Xian was puzzled. What? Xiaota said, Sister Qin's thoughts and pursuits are not something that people in this world can understand. It's just like Sister Yang Lianshuang. Yi Xian frowned. Xiaota said, Yes. She's also from the Milky Way. Yi Xian smiled. If there's a chance in the future, let's go to the Milky Way. Xiaota smiled. All right. Yi Xian smiled. He had to admit that he was quite curious about the Milky Way. The people in this place were quite strange, especially this Qingguan. His thoughts were really strange. Yi Xian was about to speak when he narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned around. Not far behind him stood a middle-aged man. He knew this man too. It was Mu Su, the patriarch of the spirit demon clan. Not far behind Mu Su, there were two extremely obscure auras. Moreover, they were both in the quantitative change realm. Yi Xian frowned. The other party was really powerful. He actually chased them all the way here. However, he was puzzled. He was with Qingguan back then. Even if the other party wasn't afraid of him, he should at least be wary of Qingguan. Could it be that he didn't know Qingguan? At this moment, Mu Su suddenly said, That vein of the sky. Vein of the sky. Yi Xian smiled. It's with me. He didn't study the vein of the sky himself. Instead, he gave it to Enlancio to study. If he didn't dote on his own woman, who would? He believed that Enlancio's strength would advance by leaps and bounds before long and reach new heights. Enlancio's talent and perseverance were top-notch. She just lacked something to cheat. Mu Su stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly grinned. Don't stare at me. Come and hit me if you have the guts. You don't say, I haven't been hit in a long time. I'm really not used to it. Xiaota. Chapter 2205. Mu Su's expression instantly turned gloomy when he heard Yi Xian. How arrogant. How arrogant. Mu Su stared at Yi Xian with seemingly material killing intent in his eyes. You don't know what it means at all. Just you wait. You'll regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, What are you waiting for? If you're not happy today, then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his thumb lightly. Boom. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a sword slashed towards Mu Su's back. Mu Su's eyes narrowed slightly while a strand of killing intent flashed through them. He suddenly turned around and smashed his fist forward. Bang! A strand of dazzling light surged out from his fist, and then the space in the surroundings transformed into an enormous black vortex. Yi Xian's sword was forcefully blocked by this punch. Mu Su stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and then he stomped his right foot against the ground and twisted his right hand. Bang! The green profound sword was instantly blasted flying. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew steadily back into his palm. Meanwhile, a fist suddenly swept over, and the formidable force contained within it caused the starry sky here to become illusory. Yi Xian held his sword in a reverse grip, charged forward and slashed down. Bang! The fist was instantly blasted into pieces, but he himself was blasted 3 kilometers away as well. Their battle caused a huge commotion, and it instantly drew the attention of countless experts. Meanwhile, a black-robed old man appeared between them, and he glanced coldly at Yi Xian and Mu Su. Don't both of you know that fighting isn't allowed here? Mu Su opened his palm, and then a command token floated slowly towards the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man frowned slightly when he saw the command token. The 5 Elements Order. A member of the Lord of 5 Elements. I have to give the Lord of 5 Elements face. When he thought up to here, the black-robed old man turned around to gaze at Yi Xian, and he spoke coldly, Take him down. As his voice fell, more than a dozen powerful auras suddenly swept toward Yi Xian from the dark. Yi Xian frowned slightly when he saw this, and he didn't waste his breath as he drew his sword and slashed. Boom. This sword strike directly sent an expert charging in front of him, flying several thousand feet away. The experts in the dark were shocked when they witnessed this scene. How dare they attack the people of Qinji City? Was he tired of living? Opposite Yi Xian, the black-robed elder's face immediately turned cold. He glared at Yi Xian and said, "Who gave you the guts?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward. An afterimage flashed through the battlefield, and the powerful force he emanated tore the space in his path apart. In the distance, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and a cold murderous intent flashed across his eyes. With a thought, the green profound sword in his scabbard turned into a sword ray and flew out. Quantitative change. Even though his cultivation wasn't at the quantitative change realm, this attack of his had undergone quantitative change. So, the starry sky and the surroundings instantly cracked apart as soon as he attacked. Rumble. The afterimage shook violently, and then it instantly retreated 3 kilometers away. However, a flying sword suddenly slashed down towards him as soon as he stopped moving. The black-robed old man's pupils constricted, and then he crossed his arms and placed them before him. Bang! An expanse of sword light was blasted apart, and then the black-robed old man was blasted flying again. When he finally stopped moving, his arms had been slashed into pieces. The black-robed old man was slightly stunned. He gazed towards the distance and was just about to speak when a sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. Musu's face instantly turned gloomy when he witnessed this scene. Yi Xian's strength is much stronger than before. Earlier it was very strenuous for Yi Xian to fight quantitative change realm experts. Yet now, quantitative change realm experts are practically unable to fight back against Yi Xian. How did this fellow's strength grow so quickly? In front of Yi Xian, the old man in the black robe stared at Yi Xian. "This is Chenji City, try and touch me." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What makes you think that I wouldn't dare to touch you?" A ferocious smile arose on the corners of the black-robed old man's mouth. "Then try and see if you dare." Meanwhile, a voice resounded from the side. "Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding." Yi Xian turned around and saw a man and woman walking over slowly from afar. It was Chenji. Chenji had a faint smile on his face. "Young Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding." Yi Xian suddenly swung his sword. The black-robed old man's head flew into the air, and his soul was instantly absorbed by the green profound sword. The air here instantly froze when they witnessed this scene. You really killed him? Moreover, he even stopped the junior city governor of Thousand Opportunities City. The smile on Chenji's face froze as well. Yi Xian looked at Chenji and smiled. "Young Master Chenji, would you believe me if I told you that this is a misunderstanding?" Chenji looked at Yi Xian. "I thought that young Master Yi was a friend, but it seems like I was wrong." Yi Xian chuckled. "Young Master Chenji, don't put on an act in front of me. It's true. I'm so embarrassed that I feel like I'm about to explode. Don't tell me that you just found out about this from the beginning of the battle. If I'm not wrong, you've been hiding in the dark since I fought with your men. But you didn't stop me or say that it's a misunderstanding." What? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, you wanted to see my strength and background. Secondly, you just wanted to cause trouble for me because I'm close to Qingguan. That made you uncomfortable. Chenji shook his head and smiled. "You might not be angry at me for killing him now. On the contrary, you might be happy about it." "Why is that?" "Because in that case you would have a legitimate reason to target me. Moreover, not only do you have a legitimate reason to go against me, you're also standing on the moral high ground. Even Miss Qingguan wouldn't be able to stop you. Or perhaps, when you see Miss Qingguan later, you might even complain about it or act pitiful. By then, you don't even need to do anything to make Miss Qingguan hate me. Am I right?" Chenji looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. The lady beside Chenji suddenly said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being targeted by my cousin? What a joke. As for Pavilion Leader Qin, it's her honor that my cousin likes her. But she still wants to pretend. We're both women, I don't know that." "Shut up." Chenji suddenly shouted and stopped the lady. The lady was stunned. Meanwhile, a voice sounded from the side. "Young Master Yi is a distinguished guest of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, a super distinguished guest." Chenji's expression changed drastically when he heard that. All the spectators turned around to look, and they saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. It was Qingguan. There were 2 other people by Qingguan's side. One of them was Elder Zhang, and the other was a slender woman in black armor. The woman had a long saber hanging from her waist, and her expression was cold. Chenji quickly went over to greet Qingguan when he saw her. "Pavilion Leader Qin, my cousin has offended you with her words. Please forgive her." Qingguan grinned. "I won't forgive her." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the woman by Qingguan's side. The woman didn't back down and looked Qingguan in the eye. Suddenly, the woman by Qin Guan's side vanished on the spot. In the next moment, Qian Ji's expression changed drastically. He was about to attack when the woman's head flew into the air. Blood sprayed out like a fountain and it was extremely bloody. Everyone in the surroundings was flabbergasted. She killed him just like that? Yi Xian's face was covered in astonishment as well. He wasn't shocked because the armored woman had killed the other woman, he was shocked because of her strength. It was too absurd. Because he hadn't been able to react in time. What sort of heaven-defying strength is that? Qian Ji was completely dumbfounded. She really killed him. He hadn't expected that Qin Guan's subordinates would actually not give him any face at all. After all, she was his cousin's sister and she was from Thousand Opportunity City. Qin Guan rolled his eyes at her. Shinxiu, I didn't ask you to kill him. The woman called Shinxiu hesitated for a moment and said, that saber was too swift. I couldn't stop it. The others were speechless. Qian Ji suddenly spoke in a low voice, Pavilion Leader Qin, I've always respected you, but your actions today show that you're looking down on my Thousand Opportunity City. You must give my Thousand Opportunity City an explanation, otherwise. Suddenly, Qian Ji's voice stopped abruptly because a saber had been placed against his neck. Qian Ji's expression changed drastically, and he was horrified to the extreme. He wasn't able to fight back at all. Exactly how terrifying is this woman called Shinxiu? Yi Xian was extremely shocked as well because this woman called Shinxiu's strength was slightly absurd. Her saber was too swift. Show mercy. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then a middle-aged man tore through space and appeared before everyone. It was the city governor of Thousand Opportunity City, Qian Mu. After he appeared here, Qian Mu didn't even spare a glance at Qian Ji as he walked swiftly towards Qin Guan, and then he cupped his fists. Pavilion Leader Qin, my son has offended you. Please be magnanimous and forgive him this time. I'll definitely discipline him strictly once I bring him back. Everyone here was shocked when they heard this. Qian Mu is actually apologizing? Actually, many didn't know much about Qin Guan. They only knew that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was extremely wealthy, but they didn't know the exact strength of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In the eyes of many, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was just a merchant group. That wasn't wrong, but it wasn't just a merchant group, it was a merchant group that dealt with technology. Qin Guan gazed at Qian Mu and smiled, it's actually a small matter to me because I won't get angry with them. However, all of you have offended my friend. As she spoke, she turned around to look at Yi Xian, are you still angry? Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan thought for a moment and said, are you really angry? Yi Xian nodded again. Qin Guan nodded slightly and then he gazed at Qian Mu, City Governor Qian Mu, please lend me something. Qian Mu stared fixedly at Qin Guan, what do you want to borrow? Qin Guan grinned, I want to borrow your son's head. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of light flashed, and then Qian Ji's head flew into the air. Shinxiu opened her palm, and Qian Ji's head flew into her palm. She walked slowly towards Yi Xian and bowed slightly, young master, please calm your anger. Yi Xian remained silent. Qin Guan suddenly looked around and said, young Master Yi is the most distinguished guest of Celestial Treasure Pavilion. He is under the protection of Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and at the same time he is also my friend. As she spoke, she took out the big sniper and said, whoever dares to make him unhappy in front of me, I will send that person to the crematorium. Everyone was speechless. Today I had a small outburst and the outburst was filled with courage. I hope everyone doesn't mind if I say a few words of complaint. 2 days ago I saw a comment. Didn't I describe Qin Guan's appearance and image? In that comment he said that I was very lousy. He said that if I had nothing else to write I should quickly end it. Don't fill up the word count and waste his traffic. When I saw this comment I was dumbfounded. Everyone knows that I rarely describe a person's appearance. Basically it's a black-robed old man, a white-robed old man, a luxuriously robed old man, a long-haired woman, a purple-robed woman. Because of this I was suggested by a reader. He suggested that when I wrote about a character, I should describe their appearance and image in more detail. So when Qin Guan appeared, I described his appearance and image. However, when I saw that person say that I was purposely filling up the word count, I was dumbfounded. Moreover, the awesome thing is that only he can scold you and you can't scold him. If he scolds you, you have to endure it. If you scold him, he will say that you have no manners. With this kind of manners, how can you write a book? If other readers speak up for me, he will immediately say that the reader is a bootlicker and a B** starred. Sometimes I find it a little unbelievable. So it can be like this? Did he learn his shamelessness from Xiao Ta? To be honest, I want to write a new type of cultivator. Keystroke Dao. Just say keystroke, I don't want to be shameless, you can do whatever you want. After complaining, it was time to write. Chapter 2206. Yishan was dumbfounded. He killed him just like that? In his impression, Qin Guan had a good temper and rarely got angry. Therefore he did not expect Qin Guan to really kill Chen Ji. Not only Yishan, but Chen Mu was also petrified on the spot. He killed him just like that? He did not give any face at all? After Shen Xiu killed Chen Ji, his gaze fell on Chen Mu with an unfriendly expression. Chen Mu turned to look at Qin Guan with an ugly expression. Pavilion Master Qin, is this really necessary? Qin Guan smiled. City Lord Chen Mu, I brought my friend to the Great Thousand Domains, but your son investigated him secretly. Not only that, he even purposely got his men to cause trouble for him. As she spoke, she shook her head. City Lord Chen Mu, I hate this. Chen Mu stared at Qin Guan and suppressed his anger. Does he deserve to die? Qin Guan sighed. City Lord Chen Mu, you gave me some convenience when I established the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. If not, I would not have appeared today. Do you think that I am harming you in Chenji City? As she spoke, she shook her head. I'm saving you in your Chenji City. Everyone was speechless. Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. Killing someone else's son and saying that it was for their own good? At this moment, Xiao Ta sighed. How terrifying, only he understood what Qin Guan meant. If Chen Ji did not die, the conflict between Yishan and Chen Ji would definitely escalate. Chen Ji was also a second generation. He was proud and arrogant. How could he give in to someone? Once the conflict escalated between Chenji City and Yishan, only one could live. Yishan naturally understood what Qin Guan meant. He walked to Qin Guan and pulled Qin Guan's sleeve with his right hand. He was a little dissatisfied. You make it sound like I am a bad person. Qin Guan blinked. I know the whole story. It was the spirit demon race who came looking for trouble with you first. Thousand Chance City wanted to take sides and give face to the Lord of Five Elements. As for this Chen Ji, as you said, he wanted to test you and then cause you some trouble to test your limits. If your background is ordinary, he will continue to target you and even kill you. Yishan was silent. Qin Guan turned to look at Chen Mu. City Lord Chen Mu, if you are not convinced, you can make your move now. My Celestial Treasure Pavilion will accompany you to the end. Chen Mu remained silent for a long time before he said, What are you saying, Pavilion Master Qin? This was all a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, everything is fine. With that, he turned around and left. Qin Guan smiled and said nothing more. Aren't you afraid of his revenge? Yishan asked in a deep voice. He's not afraid of me. He's afraid of Shen Xiu. Shen Xiu's strength makes him feel threatened, so he doesn't dare to make a move. Qin Guan smiled. Why isn't he afraid of you? Yishan glanced at Shen Xiu and said, Why isn't he afraid of you? I think you're the most dangerous one. Qin Guan blinked. Because I don't cultivate. I don't have any realms. Are you sure you don't know how to fight? Yishan hesitated for a moment. I don't. Qin Guan nodded. I don't. However, I know all realms like the back of my hand. Moreover, I know what's beyond realms. Moreover, I'm writing a new realm. I want to create a complete cultivation system. Yishan. Actually, many people don't know that I have many powerful treasures. Qin Guan continued. Why? Yishan was puzzled. Qin Guan blinked. That's because those who knew about it are all dead. Of course, besides you. Yishan was speechless. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the spirit demon race, Mu Su, intended to flee. Yishan looked at Mu Su and said, You want to leave? Mu Su stared at Yishan and said, What? You want to kill me? Yishan smiled and said, Isn't that obvious? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A strand of sword light tore through the battlefield. Mu Su's eyes narrowed slightly. You? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot as well. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly exploded apart, and then both of them retreated explosively at the same time. However, the green profound sword in Yishan's hand had vanished the instant he flew backward. Mu Su's pupils constricted, and then he suddenly smashed his right hand forward. A strand of terrifying force swept out from his fist. Bang! An expanse of sword light distorted, and the green profound sword was blasted back to Yishan. However, Mu Su's right hand had completely cracked apart, and only his bones remained. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Mu Su's eyes as he glanced at his cracked right hand. He looked at Yi Xian and slowly raised his left hand. In the next moment, the starry sky and the surroundings seethed. Meanwhile, some mysterious experts suddenly appeared from the shadows, and they immediately started to seal off the spacetime in the surroundings. If the surrounding spacetime wasn't sealed off, a battle between experts of this level could directly shatter the major thousand territories. The destructive force was too strong. In the distance, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and the green profound sword in his hand trembled slightly. Meanwhile, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Musu's eyes. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slapped his left hand forward. Bang. At this instant, a terrifying force suddenly surged out from the spacetime above Yi Xian, and the spacetime where Yi Xian resided was instantly shattered. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wielded his sword. 3 swords as one. Moreover, all 3 of them were quantitative attacks. As soon as he attacked, Qin Guan's eyes instantly lit up. Interesting. Bang. Meanwhile, an expanse of light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. The powerful ray of light tore through everything, and the sealed spacetime in the surroundings was instantly blasted into pieces. A moment later, a figure retreated madly. Was Musu. Musu retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away, and the moment he stopped, a sword stabbed into the center of his brows without any warning. Musu's figure stiffened. He'd lost. Yi Xian gazed at Musu and was about to allow the green profound sword to absorb Musu's soul. However, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared here, and then the green profound sword within Musu's body was blasted out by a mysterious force. A moment later, a black vortex entered Musu's body. At the same time, a figure silently condensed into form in the sky. Yi Xian gazed at the figure and frowned slightly. The Lord of the 5 Elements. Brother Zhang, who'd remained silent until now, spoke abruptly. The Lord of the 5 Elements. He's on the same level as the Time Master. Yi Xian gazed at the Lord of the 5 Elements and remained silent. The Lord of the 5 Elements stared at Yi Xian as well. How arrogant of you. Yi Xian chuckled. What do you mean by that? It seems like it's your subordinates who intend to kill me, right? The Lord of the 5 Elements glanced coldly at Yi Xian. You'll be able to obtain that heaven vein, but you won't be able to enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Guan, and then he turned around and left. Shen Xiu frowned slightly while the saber within his sheath trembled slightly. He was about to attack when Qin Guan stopped him. Qin Guan smiled. Forget it. We have important matters to attend to. As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. I noticed that your cultivation technique is greatly lacking. If you're willing, then I can chat with you and improve your cultivation and strength. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Of course not. Qin Guan smiled. Come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, Shen Xiu was about to leave silently. Meanwhile, Qin Guan glanced at Shen Xiu. Where are you going? Shen Xiu hesitated for a moment and said, To eat. Qin Guan glared at Shen Xiu. You're going to kill the Lord of the 5 Elements, right? Yi Xian was speechless. Shen Xiu spoke solemnly. He glanced at the pavilion master before he left, and I noticed a strand of killing intent in his eyes. Qin Guan rolled his eyes at Shen Xiu and said, So, you intend to kill him? Shen Xiu nodded. Qin Guan nodded slightly. Shen Xiu, from this moment onward, I'll tell you one last time. Don't act rashly without my orders, and don't think that you're very good at fighting. Because there are many who are better at fighting than you are. Your temper is too rash, and if you encounter some extraordinary experts, then that temper of yours will kill you. Understand? Shen Xiu nodded slightly. I understand. Qin Guan sighed softly, and then she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled. Just call me Yi Xian. Don't keep calling me Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi? How distant is that? Qin Guan grinned. Then I'll call you Yi Xian. You can call me Qin Guan as well. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Qin Guan, I remember that you said that's your real name, right? Qin Guan nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Then what's your nickname? Qin Guan smiled. Siphon. Qin Siphon. Yi Xian blinked. Then I'll call you Siphon. You don't mind, right? Qin Guan hesitated and then said, I think you should call me by my real name. Yi Xian nodded slightly. All right. I'll listen to you. Qin Guan smiled. Let's go. After that, she turned around and left with Yi Xian. On the way, Qin Guan suddenly said, Just now I saw you perform 3 sword moves. 1 slash to the past, 1 slash to the future, and 1 slash to the present, right? Yi Xian nodded. Please enlighten me, Miss Qin Guan. Qin Guan nodded. I have a way to make your three-sword moves at least 10 times stronger. Yi Xian's expression froze. Is this how you play? 10 times? Qin Guan said seriously, I'm not lying. It's because your understanding of time and space is not deep enough. If you know more, the power of your three-sword moves will be very powerful. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Please enlighten me, Miss Qin. Qin Guan smiled and said, Spacetime is the combination of time and space. It is divided into the past spacetime, the present spacetime, and the future spacetime. The reason why there are the past, the future, and the present is because there is a river of time. Do you know the essence of the river of time? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Qin Guan smiled slightly. The essence is still time and space. Yi Xian, Qin Guan smiled. The so-called river of time itself is formed by time and space. Just like the old hen, where does it come from? Came out of the egg. Where did the egg come from? The egg is laid by the old hen. Do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian. Chapter 2207. Yi Xian was speechless. Understand my A**s. Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Qin, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Qin Guan smiled. What do you think? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Qin Guan smiled. Actually, it's not important. What's important is that you have to understand that the core of the river of time is still spacetime, which is divided into future spacetime, present spacetime, and past spacetime. When you used that sword just now, you didn't use spacetime as the core but forcibly broke into the past and future spacetime. In this case, you will be rejected by spacetime even if you have the Time Lord's rule. Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Qin Guan, you mean that I can integrate with the past and future spacetime, right? Qin Guan heaved a sigh of relief. Oh my God, you finally understand. Yi Xian, Qin Guan continued, if it's an outsider, it's difficult to integrate with the past and future spacetime, because they will reject people who don't belong to their spacetime at this stage. But you don't have this problem. Why? Because you have the Time Lord's rule, and your sword, which has the effect of restraining and suppressing spacetime. So, as long as you use it a little, the power of your three swords will be greatly improved. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. Qin Guan blinked. Do you really understand? Yi Xian said solemnly, Miss Qin Guan, in your mind is my comprehension very poor? Qin Guan nodded honestly. A little? Yi Xian, Qin Guan hesitated and then said, You don't mind, do you? Yi Xian said solemnly, In your mind, what kind of people are considered geniuses? Qin Guan thought for a while and then said, The one who made the sword for you. Yi Xian was completely speechless. It's not that I can't do it, it's that this woman's standards are too high. Qin Guan said, Do you want to practice first? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Qin Guan smiled. Then I'll wait for you. Yi Xian smiled and said, All right. After that he returned to Xiao Ta's car. Cultivate. Past time and space, future time and space, present time and space. Yi Xian did not forcibly return to the past like before. He began to merge with these space-time, becoming one with them. He had the nomological laws given to him by the Time Ruler and the Qingxian sword, so it wasn't difficult for him. After fusing with space-time, he realized that the power of his sword was indeed much stronger. It should be said that there was a qualitative change. Qualitative change. Thinking of this, Yi Xian frowned slightly. What was a qualitative change? What he had now was a quantitative change, but after he fused with space-time, he realized that his three swords had surpassed the quantitative change and reached a qualitative change. After a quantitative change, a qualitative change could occur. And these three swords of his had already reached a qualitative change. After a long silence, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta and went to the 12th floor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, where Qin Guan was busy. Yi Xian glanced at Qin Guan, who was sitting behind the desk, and did not disturb her. Qin Guan suddenly looked up at Yi Xian and said with a smile, It'll be done in a minute. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Qin Guan continued to write. Her writing speed wasn't very fast, and she would stop to think for a while as she wrote before continuing. Yi Xian was a little curious. Miss Qin Guan, what are you writing? Qin Guan smiled and said, It'll be done in a minute. Saying that, she began to speed up. Not long after, she suddenly stood up and walked to Yi Xian with the notebook in her hand. She handed the notebook to Yi Xian and said, For you. Yi Xian took the notebook curiously and flipped to the first page. There were only two big words in the middle of the first page. Qualitative change. Qualitative change. Seeing these two words, Yi Xian was stunned. Qin Guan smiled and said, You've already achieved a quantitative change, and the next step is a qualitative change. As for what a qualitative change is, I've already written a detailed introduction in this notebook. You just need to cultivate according to it. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan and said, "You wrote it especially for me?" Qin Guan nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why?" Qin Guan blinked and said, "Don't you happen to need it now?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I do indeed need it. What I mean is, why did you write it especially for me?" Qin Guan was silent. Yi Xian suddenly said, "You're not interested in me, are you?" Qin Guan quickly waved her hand. No, don't think too much, you." Yi Xian was a little helpless. "Then what do you mean?" Qin Guan hesitated and then said, "Can I lie?" Yi Xian's expression froze. Qin Guan glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "Can I?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Qin Guan quickly said, "I like to help others. I saw that you were in need, so I wanted to help you. That's it." Yi Xian was speechless. Qin Guan suddenly said, "Let's not dwell on this problem. Let's go, I'll take you to a place." After that, she directly left the study with Yi Xian. In the starry sky, Yi Xian asked, "Miss Qin Guan, where are we going now?" Qin Guan said, "Yedu." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Yedu?" Qin Guan nodded. "There will be a large-scale auction there today, and people from all the major forces will come. Among them, there is a divine object that will be helpful to you. I'm going to buy it for you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "For me?" Qin Guan nodded. "A mysterious person put it here for auction and wants to sell it at a good price." Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. "Why buy it for me?" Qin Guan said seriously, "I like to help others." Yi Xian stopped and looked at Qin Guan without speaking. Qin Guan smiled awkwardly. "You don't seem to believe me." Yi Xian shook his head. "Don't play dumb with me. Tell me the truth." Qin Guan hesitated and then said, "There are two reasons. The first reason is that your father and my father are very good friends, and Uncle Yang has helped us a lot in the Milky Way galaxy. The Shui family is my mother's family. The second reason is that I need your help in the future, and that thing is not that simple. So, I help you now so that when I ask in the future, you will not refuse." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You are so powerful, do you still need my help in the future?" Qin Guan smiled. "That thing, only you can do it. No one else will believe it, including your invincible sister." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Only I can do it." Speaking of this, he glanced at Qin Guan and then said, "Is it to give birth?" Qin Guan's expression froze. She suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and then took out a disregard for martial ethics and put it in Yi Xian's hand. "Do you think this disregard for martial ethics looks good?" Yi Xian blinked. "Would you like to have a taste of its power?" Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head and returned the disregard for martial ethics to Qin Guan. Although his strength had undergone a qualitative change, he might not be able to withstand this disregard for martial ethics. It fed nearly 200 million star veins. What kind of concept was this? Qin Guan suddenly said, "Let's go." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Can you tell me what you need my help with in the future?" Qin Guan shook her head. "No." Yi Xian. Qin Guan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "If I help you now, you will help me in the future, right?" Yi Xian hesitated and then nodded. "Yes." Qin Guan nodded slightly. "I believe in your character." Yi Xian. After Qin Guan led Yi Xian into a mysterious star region, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Guan and Yi Xian. The old man bowed respectfully. "Pavilion Master, I am Li Xiu, the president of Yi City's Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If you need anything, please let me know." Qin Guan nodded slightly. "How long before the auction starts?" The old man said, 3 days. When he spoke up to here, he paused for a moment and said, "We'll begin whenever the pavilion master says so." Yi Xian was speechless. This immortal treasure pavilion was really good at flattering people. Qin Guan pondered for a moment and said, "Don't waste time. Let's hold it tomorrow." The old man hurried to say, "I will arrange it right away." Then he turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. "What do you want to buy for me?" Qin Guan smiled playfully. "I will keep you in suspense first. You will know when the time comes. Anyway, it suits you very well now." Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "Actually, I think your treasures are quite suitable for me." Qin Guan shook his head. "Even if I give them to you, you can't use them because you are very poor." Yi Xian's expression froze. "Damn. Very poor." He couldn't refute it. Qin Guan said, "My treasures can only be used by myself and Little White." Little White can use them because she has a super spiritual vein. As for others, even if I give them to them, they can't use the power of these treasures because they need money. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Why do you earn so much money?" Qin Guan smiled. Using science to cultivate theology needs money. Many studies need money. Moreover, I am building a super fleet. This fleet also needs money. Apart from that, I have a very great plan. At this point she suddenly stopped. Yi Xian was curious. What plan? Qin Guan blinked. It's not convenient to disclose. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman is the best at keeping me in suspense. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Yedu. Yedu was a bustling city second only to Qinji City. This place could be regarded as a commercial city because the major forces basically traded goods in this place. Today, Yedu was very lively because Immortal Treasure Pavilion was auctioning 3 supreme divine objects. What was a supreme divine object? Only those with super heaven-defying abilities could be called a supreme divine object. This kind of divine object was rarely seen in 1,000 years. But this time, Yedu had 3 of them at once. The super forces of the entire dark observing cosmos came one after another. Even if they couldn't afford it, they wanted to see these 3 supreme divine objects. Chapter 2208. In Xiaota's room. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. In front of him was the notebook Qin Guan had given him. Qualitative change. Under Qin Guan's guidance, his 3 swords had already achieved qualitative change. However, only those 3 swords could achieve qualitative change. Moreover, he didn't know much about what qualitative change was. In this notebook there was a very detailed record of the qualitative change. What was qualitative change? It was the transformation of something from one state to another. Simply put, it was when a certain substance reached its limit and sublimated again. For example, when his drawing the sword to determine life and death, when superimposed to a certain extent, the sword's power would reach a quantitative change, and when the quantitative change reached its limit, it would leap again, which was a qualitative change. As for the realm of qualitative change, Qin Guan divided it into 2 types. One was a qualitative change in substance, which was called qualitative change, and the other was a qualitative change in mentality, which was called divine change. There was a difference between the 2. Simply put, a qualitative change in substance meant a leap in strength, while a qualitative change in mentality meant that one's mentality would reach another level. Simply put, the former was to increase one's strength, while the latter was to increase one's upper limit. His main goal now was to achieve a qualitative change in substance. In the following time, Yi Xian began to cultivate like crazy. A day later in the outside world. In the main hall of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The auction was about to begin, but there were only 10 people in the main hall. Pitifully few. What? Because the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had a requirement that anyone who wanted to participate in the auction had to first have their assets examined. Only those with at least 1 billion star divine veins were qualified to enter. A billion star divine veins was something that only the top superpowers of the mysterious observing cosmos could afford. Qin Guan arrived in front of Yi Xian's room and gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened, and Yi Xian appeared in front of Qin Guan. Qin Guan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Qualitative change? Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan smiled. Let's go to the auction. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian followed Qin Guan to the auction house. As soon as they entered the main hall, Li Xiu appeared in front of them. Li Xiu gave a deep bow and said, "Pavilion Master, I have already arranged seats for you and young Master Yi. Follow me." After that, he led Yi Xian and Qin Guan to the center of the hall, which had the best visual effect. Moreover, there was no one else in the first row except for Yi Xian and Qin Guan. Qin Guan glanced at the surroundings and said, "Is everyone here?" Li Xiu said, "What should come has already come." Qin Guan nodded. "Then let's begin." Li Xiu bowed deeply and retreated. Soon, a beautiful woman walked up to the stage. She bowed deeply to Qin Guan, then looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you, distinguished guests, for coming here. Today there are 3 supreme divine weapons being auctioned. Please take a look at the first one." As she spoke, she opened her palm and a small black bell appeared in her hand. The bell was only the size of a palm and was completely black. There were mysterious ancient words carved on it. Li Xiu smiled and said, "This item is called the soul-absorbing bell. It comes from the ancient era and is a supreme divine weapon. Shaking this bell can absorb one's soul. Up until now, only experts half a step into the profound observation realm can completely resist the power of this weapon. Anyone below the profound observation realm who is targeted by this bell will have their soul separated in a light case, while their soul will be destroyed in a serious case. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "The starting price is 1.5 billion star divine veins. 2 billion. An old man in a black robe who sat in the right corner suddenly spoke. 2.5 billion. 3 billion. 3.5 billion. In a short while the price had increased to 4 billion. Hearing this, Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! Were there so many rich people? Could they casually bid billions? Were they cabbages? At this moment, Qin Guan suddenly smiled and said, "Do you find it unbelievable?" Yi Xian nodded. Qin Guan lightly patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, "The reason you find it unbelievable is because you are too poor and have not seen the world. You are not experienced enough." Yi Xian's expression froze. He could not refute it. At this moment the soul-absorbing bell was sold for 6.7 billion. 6.7 billion for a transcendent divine artifact. After the old man bought the supreme divine weapon, he immediately got up and left. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and asked, "Will someone kill me for the treasure?" Qin Guan smiled and said, "No one would dare." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why not?" Qin Guan said, "Firstly, that person isn't an ordinary person. Secondly, any divine item that is purchased from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion has a protection period of 2 hours. During that period, anyone who dares to touch it will be equivalent to going against the Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." On the platform, the beautiful woman suddenly opened her palm, and there was a palm-sized stone in her palm. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the stone, because he had seen it before. It was a heavenly vein. The beautiful woman smiled. "There are a total of 3 heavenly veins in the book, and this is the first of the 3. The starting price is 2 billion. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately said, 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion. 6 billion, Yi Xian glanced at the scene and said, "Is it that expensive?" Qin Guan nodded. "This heavenly vein is in the book, and it has an extremely high research value. This heavenly vein is the first of the 3. If you can fully comprehend it and have a high level of comprehension, you should be able to reach the half-step divine profound realm. If all 3 are combined, you might even reach the divine profound realm." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Is the divine profound realm the highest known realm?" Qin Guan shook his head. "No." Yi Xian was shocked. "Didn't you say that the divine profound realm is the highest realm of the divine universe?" Qin Guan smiled. "That was before. I've already researched the realm above the divine profound realm." Yi Xian's expression froze and he asked a moment later, "What's above the divine profound realm?" Qin Guan blinked. "I'll tell you once you reach the divine profound realm." Yi Xian was speechless. The price of the heavenly vein had been raised to 8.5 billion. At this moment Yi Xian felt that the star god vein was like a cabbage that wasn't worth any money. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the right corner, 10 billion, 10 billion. As soon as this was said, everyone in the hall looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man in his 20s. He was extremely young and he wore a loose green robe. At this moment an old man on the left suddenly said, 1 billion. The young man immediately said, 11 billion. He directly increased it by 900 million. The old man frowned slightly when he heard this. He looked at the young man and said in a hoarse voice, "You're really generous." The young man smiled, "I have a lot of money." The old man stared fixedly at the young man. 11.5 billion. The young man immediately said, 12 billion, 12 billion. The old man's expression was quite unsightly. 12.5 billion. The young man smiled. 15 billion, 15 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell silent. It wasn't a small amount. Even these extraordinary powers didn't dare say that they could produce 15 billion right away. The old man's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He glanced coldly at the young man and didn't speak another word. The young man smiled. "What? The Origin sect isn't going to continue?" The old man was the vice sect master of the Origin sect, Yuan Qiu. Yuan Qiu closed his eyes slowly and fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman on the arena walked over slowly to the young man and she grinned. "Young master, this is yours now." The young man glanced at her, and then he withdrew a spatial ring and gave it to her. She glanced at it and there were exactly 15 billion star god veins within it. The woman put the spatial ring away and returned to the arena. Yi Xian said, "Miss Qin Guan, Do both of them belong to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Qingguan shook her head. No, we're just helping to auction them off. We'll take a 10% commission from the sale. 10%. Yi Xian was astounded. So you're saying that you're just helping to auction them off and get 1.5 billion star god veins for free? Qingguan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Do you think it's as simple as helping to auction them off? We're just helping to advertise them to the entire Guanshan cosmos. Yi Xian said solemnly. How much does it cost to advertise them? Qingguan thought for a moment and then she said, it's free. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Qingguan giggled. Our Celestial Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the universe. It's free to help advertise them. Yi Xian, Qingguan continued, actually, do you know why they're selling them on consignment to us? Because of our reputation. Our Celestial Treasure Pavilion has a reputation, and we won't cheat others. If they were to auction them off to others. She shook her head slightly and didn't say anything else. Yi Xian understood. Reputation. This thing was very important. Even he would choose the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, the woman on the platform suddenly smiled. Everyone, let's move on to the last divine treasure. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and there was a violet sword chest in her hand. The sword chest was 1.5 m long, as wide as an adult's body, and it was completely dark violet. The woman smiled. The number 1 divine treasure of the ancient era, the Heaven Burial Sword Chest. It's currently ranked 6th on the Alien Divine Treasure ranking. There are 36 divine swords within it, and every single one of them is a supreme divine treasure. Besides that, there's also a super sword formation. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd. The starting price is 10 billion. Meanwhile, the young man who was auctioning the Heaven Vein Stone spoke abruptly. 20 billion, 20 billion. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the young man when they heard this. The young man glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, you're a sword cultivator, and you've come here today for this sword chest, right? Yi Xian glanced at the young man. What's wrong? The young man roared with laughter. Nothing. I just want to say that you're not fated to have this sword chest today. Because I'm really very, very rich. Yi Xian turned to look at Qingguan, and Qingguan raised a finger and said, go on. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, 1 billion. Hearing this, Qingguan was dumbfounded. Yi Xian blinked. What's wrong? Qingguan moved closer to Yi Xian and said softly, 100 billion. Yi Xian was astounded. Isn't that a little too much? Qingguan's beautiful brows knit together slightly. It's just 100 billion. Is it a lot? I can easily earn a few hundred billion in a day, alright? Yi Xian's face froze. Qingguan grinned. Don't be shocked. I've been uninterested in money since many years ago. Of course, I'm still interested in spending money. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2209. I'm not interested in money anymore. Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment he felt quite suffocated and uncomfortable. 1 billion? The young man roared with laughter. Aren't you being too stingy? As he spoke, he gazed at the woman on the platform and said heroically, 30 billion. Qingguan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, said, go ahead. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Yi Xian grinned. 1 billion. 1 billion. Just 100 million more. The young man gazed at Yi Xian. 40 billion. Yi Xian immediately said, 1 billion. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly. 50 billion. Yi Xian said with a smile, 1 billion. The young man stared at Yi Xian. Do you know how much 50 billion is? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't. The young man stared fixedly at Yi Xian with a slightly icy cold gaze. Why are you still shouting if you don't know? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Can't I shout if I don't have money? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched when they heard this. Damn it. Why are you shouting if you don't have money? The young man turned to look at the woman on the platform. Can I shout even if I don't have money? The woman grinned. Young master, you can indeed shout if you don't have money. Of course, once the deal is made, then my Celestial Treasure Pavilion will naturally punish him if he doesn't have the money. The young man smiled. What kind of punishment? The woman glanced at Qingguan, who stood by Yi Xian's side, and then she said, it depends on the person. The others were speechless. The young man's smile instantly turned cold. What? You won't punish him if he has a powerful background? The woman grinned. Young master, you can choose to continue bidding or not. If you don't, then this treasure will belong to this young master. The young man stared fixedly at the woman. What if he doesn't have money? The woman's expression was calm. That's between my celestial treasure pavilion and this young master. The young man fell silent for a short while before he said, 60 billion. At the side Yi Xian smiled and said, 60. 1 billion. The young man stared at Yi Xian. 70 billion. Yi Xian immediately said, 70. 1 billion. The young man turned to look at the woman on the stage. 100 billion. 100 billion. All of a sudden the hall became quiet. This wasn't a small number. Even the superpowers of the dark observing cosmos might not be able to fork out such a sum. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to do so in a short time. Since this young man dared to shout 100 billion, he was not simple. The young man turned to look at Yi Xian and provoked, keep shouting. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He stared at the young man with an ashen face. 150 billion. Everyone, seeing that Yi Xian was like an angry bull, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. 170 billion. Yi Xian suddenly said, I don't want it. After saying that, he sat back down. Hearing this, the smile on the young man's face suddenly froze. His mind suddenly went blank. In the hall, everyone's expression also became strange. The young man stared at Yi Xian. You're playing with me? Yi Xian was a little confused. Brother, why do you say that? I don't have that much money, so I won't shout. Is there a problem? The young man narrowed his eyes. No one has ever dared to play with me like this. Yi Xian was very confused. Didn't you say that you have nothing but money? Since you have money, why are you angry? Could it be? At this point, Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. Could it be that you're like me, that you have no money at all and are just shouting nonsense? Everyone, the young man stared at Yi Xian. One-on-one. Yi Xian shook his head. Refuse. The young man said mockingly, so cowardly? Yi Xian thought about it and then said, is there any benefit in fighting you one-on-one? Everyone, the young man stared at Yi Xian. You still want benefits from fighting me one-on-one? Yi Xian said seriously, if there's no benefit, who would fight you one-on-one? Do you have nothing better to do? If you want to fight me one-on-one, that's fine. You have a heaven meridian, so use it as a bet. Heaven meridian. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they heard this. So this young man's target is the heaven meridian. The young man looked at Yi Xian. At this moment he realized that Yi Xian wasn't stupid, but was acting. Yi Xian was actually coveting his heaven meridian. Yi Xian smiled. Do you want to fight me? The young man glanced at Yi Xian. I have a heaven meridian. What do you have? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a stone appeared in his hand. It's also a heaven meridian. Seeing this, the young man narrowed his eyes. It's in your hand. Yi Xian nodded. Do you want to fight me? The young man was silent. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine if you don't want to fight. If you don't want to fight, I'll sell this heaven meridian. I'll sell it for at least 200 billion star god meridians. The young man slowly clenched his right hand. He looked at Yi Xian and no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone knew that there were 3 heaven meridian. His family had already obtained 2, and he was determined to get the 3rd one. Thinking of this, the young man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. What's there to fight? It'll hurt our friendship. This brother, if I have offended you just now, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Yi Xian was silent. This was a little unexpected. Yi Xian actually didn't want to fight. The young man glanced at Yi Xian and retracted his gaze. He wasn't really stupid. Since this young man dared to use the heaven meridian as a bet, what did it mean? It meant that he was confident. Bear with it. At this moment, the woman on the stage slowly walked to the young man. She looked at him. Young master, 170 billion star god meridians. Saying that, she handed the sword case to the young man. The young man was silent. The woman's expression was calm. Young master? The young man spoke in a low voice. I don't have that much. The woman nodded slightly and then she moved aside. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared here. In the next moment, a woman with a saber in her hand appeared in front of the young man. Was Shinxiu. The young man's pupils constricted when he saw Shinxiu, and he was astounded in his heart. The half-step profound visualization realm. This woman is actually at the half-step profound visualization realm. The immortal treasure pavilion actually possesses such a terrifying expert? Shinxiu gazed at the young man and said, there are 3 choices. The first is to pay in full. The second is to pay 30% of the breach of contract. The third is to leave your head behind and hang it outside the hall. The young man's expression was slightly unsightly. He pointed at Yi Xian and said, he shouted for no reason as well, and he violated the rules of the pavilion. Shen Xiu's expression was emotionless. How do you know he doesn't have money? The young man spoke furiously. He said it himself. Everyone heard it. Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't have money, so I don't want it. If you don't have money, then why did you shout? You were the one who called out the final price, not me. The young man stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Shen Xiu gazed at the young man and said, make your choice. The young man fell silent for a short moment before he said, I'll pay the penalty. The penalty was a few tens of billions. It was a huge loss. However, he didn't choose to pay in full. Because 170 billion was too huge, and it was huge to the point that even his clan couldn't produce it. He wanted to run away, but Shen Xiu made him give up on this unrealistic idea. The young man opened his palm, and then a spatial ring floated slowly over to the woman on the platform. The woman received the spatial ring, and then she walked slowly over to Yi Xian and Qing Guan before she passed the spatial ring to Qing Guan. The young man's expression instantly became unsightly when he witnessed this scene. All of you from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion joined forces against me. Meanwhile, an old man on the left ridiculed, joined forces against you? Young man, open your eyes and take a look. This is the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Miss Qing Guan. You're really blind. Pavilion Master Qing Guan. The young man was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Pavilion Master Qing Guan, I'm sorry for the offense just now. Qing Guan smiled, young master, it was you who wanted to entrap my friend first. However, you weren't able to control your actions, so you were enslaved by him instead. You only have yourself to blame. The young man lowered his head slightly and didn't dare speak another word. Qing Guan took the spatial ring from the woman and passed it to Yi Xian. It's yours. Yi Xian blinked. You're giving it to me? Qing Guan nodded. Yi Xian chuckled. How could I accept that? As he spoke, he'd already put the spatial ring away. Qing Guan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and then she picked up the sword chest. She sized it up carefully and said, this treasure really is extraordinary, and it just happens to be suitable for you. As she spoke, she passed the sword chest to Yi Xian. It's for you. Yi Xian gazed at Qing Guan. For me? Qing Guan nodded. For you. Yi Xian fell silent for a short while before he asked, why? Qing Guan grinned. If you like it, then give it to me. Yi Xian fell silent for a short while before he said, all right. As he spoke, he put the sword chest away. Qing Guan stood up and said, it's time for us to part ways. Yi Xian gazed at Qing Guan with astonishment because it was quite sudden. Qing Guan smiled, I'm going somewhere to do something. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then he smiled, then I'll see you again. Qing Guan grinned, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, do you want Shen Xiu to stay and help you? Yi Xian shook his head, there's no need. Qing Guan blinked, you're going to rely on yourself? Yi Xian nodded. Qing Guan smiled, then take care of yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked, will we meet again? Qing Guan stopped and she fell silent for a long time before she said, probably not. Yi Xian was quite puzzled. Why? Qing Guan turned around to look at Yi Xian and blinked. Can I tell you the truth? Yi Xian smiled, of course. Qing Guan remained silent for a long time before she said, young Master Yi, to tell you the truth, I'm already outside Darkwatch Cosmos. The reason why I came back is because I want to see you. The reason why I want to see you is because you are Uncle Yang's son. Uncle Yang is a very outstanding person because it was really very difficult for him to go from a grassroots to where he is today. I want to see his son and see what kind of person he is. Secondly, you're this generation's man of destiny, and I want to meet this generation's man of destiny. She paused for a moment before she continued, you just asked me if we'll meet again? I said probably not. Because I'm very fast and you might not be able to catch up to me. Yi Xian was speechless. Qing Guan giggled, you're not angry, right? Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Qing Guan suddenly walked over to Yi Xian and opened her palm, and a small wooden figure appeared in her hand. She returned the wooden figure to Yi Xian. If you can meet me again and are willing to give it to me, I'll accept it. Yi Xian looked at the wooden figure. It only represents pure friendship. Qing Guan looked at Yi Xian. Can I tell the truth? Yi Xian was speechless. Qing Guan smiled and said, I know that besides Uncle Yang, there's also an invincible man of destiny behind you, but I won't choose to make friends with you just because of those two. When I make friends, I don't look at the other person's identity or background, I only look at him. She paused for a moment before she continued, You're resourceful and sentimental, but young Master Yi, forgive me for being blunt, but your path is a little off. Yi Xian looked at Qin Guan. What do you mean? Qin Guan thought for a moment, then said, What I'm going to say next may be a little hurtful, but I don't mean any harm. I just want to help you. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing, The reason you're able to live until now isn't because you're a person of heaven's will, but because of heaven's will and Uncle Yang. You know this, but you've always been avoiding it. Running away from your heart is a sign of weakness. You're not aware of this weakness in your heart. The true path of the Great Tao was to be walked by oneself and not paved by others. They pave the road for you, but you walk away with a clear conscience. This is not good. Also, you may not know this, but the reason you're able to live until now is because of destiny in the Milky Way galaxy. If it weren't for her, your story would have ended a long time ago. She shook her head slightly and sighed, Young Master Yi, not only should you walk forward, but you should also look back from time to time. Because only by looking back can you know your original intentions. The you in Qingqing, you didn't rely on anyone, but you still lived well. At that time your will was not weaker than your father's. But now you're just being fancy. The reason why you're being fancy is not because of your own strength but because of destiny. Because of destiny you have nothing to fear. She smiled slightly, I came to find you and help you. You must think that I'm trying to curry favor with Uncle Yang or destiny, right? Yi Xian was silent, clenching his fists. Qin Guan said softly, Young Master Yi, have you noticed a very serious problem? That is, most of the time your confidence doesn't come from yourself but from destiny. Destiny is there so you have confidence. But don't you think this is a very sad thing? Yi Xian lowered his head slightly, thinking about something. Qin Guan put the little wooden figure in Yi Xian's hand and smiled. I don't hate second generations, but I also don't like those who look up to second generations. Young Master Yi, I look forward to meeting you again. I look forward to you finding your original heart and being yourself. The three swords aren't scary. What's scary is that you treat them as the ceiling, thinking that they can't be surpassed. The more you think that way, the more you can't surpass them. She smiled slightly, the boundary of the universe is where one's heart and feet have yet to reach. The same goes for Tao. Don't use the three swords as the boundary, use yourself as the boundary. Young Master Yi, we will meet again someday. Then she turned and walked out of the hall. Yi Xian was still silent. After a while Yi Xian's aura suddenly plummeted. His cultivation level dropped again and again. In a short time, Yi Xian's cultivation level dropped to the first grade of body tempering realm. Inside the hall, the young man was stunned at first, then he laughed crazily. Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Little swordsman is ridiculous. Your Tao heart has been destroyed. So your Tao heart has always been built on someone else, haha. Inside the hall, sighs were heard. This person's state of mind had collapsed. This person is a cripple. At the entrance of the hall, Qin Guan stopped. After a while, she sighed softly and disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Miss Qin Guan, thank you. Today I, Yi Xian, will destroy my Tao heart. I am me. I am no longer Yang Ye's son, Qing Er's brother. I am no longer the person of destiny. I am me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Tao heart was reforged. In an instant Yi Xian's aura reached its peak. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance the young man's expression changed drastically. He was about to attack when Yi Xian's sword stabbed half an inch into his forehead. Yi Xian looked straight at the young man. Come on, keep smiling. Smile until I'm satisfied. The young man. P.S. I used to be too obsessed with the monthly votes. Today I've realized that the monthly votes are not obtained by begging. They are written. Why do I need to ask the readers? Why should I use the readers as the boundary? If I update more and write better, why should I worry about the readers not giving me the votes? Placing hope on others is the weakness of the heart. I will write well and try to write more. You can choose the votes. Chapter 22:10. The hall was deathly silent. Yi Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Actually, no matter if it was cultivating the Tao or the sword, it was all about cultivating the heart. But Yi Xian had broken through in his mental state just now. Strictly speaking, his thoughts had undergone a qualitative change. In other words, the divine shift realm. Moreover, the qualitative change in his thoughts didn't just bring about an increase in strength. The young man in front of Yi Xian had an extremely unsightly expression because he'd actually been unable to react at the instant Yi Xian attacked just now. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Xian's strength far surpassed his own. Yi Xian stared at the young man. Don't you like to smile? Why aren't you smiling anymore? The young man stared straight at Yi Xian. Kill me? As he spoke, a wisp of a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. You have to think it through. Even though it'll feel good for a moment if you kill me now, have you thought about the consequences? I'm not alone. I have an enormous power behind me. Yi Xian gazed at the young man. I'll let you go now and our enmity will be settled. All right? The young man was first stunned and then he said, all right. Yi Xian suddenly exerted force with his right hand. The green profound sword pierced directly into the center of the young man's forehead, causing blood to spray. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they witnessed this scene. He's really going to kill me? The young man's eyes opened wide and were filled with disbelief. I said I can. Yi Xian stared at the young man. I don't believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, his green profound sword absorbed the young man's soul, and then the young man's spatial ring flew into his hand. One should never believe the words of one's enemies. If he hadn't reconstructed his Tao heart just now, then the first person to hit him while he was down would be this young man. No, the young man was already hitting him while he was down. The woman on the platform was slightly embarrassed. What should I do? After all, fighting isn't allowed in this hall. But Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. She could only act as if she hadn't seen it. Yi Xian took the young man's spatial ring, and then he turned around and left. Inside the hall, the experts were all looking at Yi Xian curiously. Yi Xian walked out of the hall, looked up at the sky and fell into deep thought. Confidence. Qin Guan reminded him that he had been neglecting a problem. His confidence was built on Qing'er. As long as Qing'er was alive he would always be alive. The more he thought about it, the more useless he became. Back in Qingqing at that time, there was no father, no Qing'er. Didn't he also fight his way out? In life, one needed some opportunities and the help of some benefactors. However, if one placed all their hopes on opportunities and benefactors, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? In Qingqing at that time he was just Yi Xian. But now he was the son of Green Shirt Sword Master and Qianming's older brother. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but sigh. These identities were actually a kind of restraint. Now, when people talked about his father they would give him a thumbs up. One of the three swords, invincible in his generation. Countless years later when people talked about him, what would they say about him? Green Shirt Sword Master's son? Brother Tianming? Second generation? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. One must know one's place. Humans could be shameless, they could be flashy, but they had to have strength. His father was shameless, but no one said anything about him. Why? Because his father had strength. After a long time Yi Xian opened his eyes and walked into the distance. Invincible in the three swords? No one was born invincible. If his father, Qing'er, and big brother could be invincible, why couldn't he? At that moment Yi Xian's state of mind underwent an earth-shattering change. In his heart, the three swords were no longer unattainable. Surpassed. He had the heart to surpass them. He knew that surpassing the three swords was extremely difficult, but he would do it. He would make it his life's goal and fight for it for the rest of his life. Suddenly, the spacetime in front of Yi Xian trembled, and then a middle-aged man walked out slowly. It was the patriarch of the spirit demon clan, Mu Su. Mu Su gazed at Yi Xian. Pavilion Master Qin has left Darkwatch Cosmos, and no one will protect you anymore. You. Before he could finish, a sword pierced the center of his forehead. Boom. Mu Su's body froze and his eyes were wide with disbelief. Yi Xian walked slowly to Mu Su and looked up at the horizon. A moment later he swung his sword and Mu Su's head shot into the sky, smashed through spacetime, and entered an unknown stellar region. A middle-aged man stood in the middle of that unknown stellar domain. The southern region's Lord of Five Elements. Yi Xian stared at the Lord of Five Elements and smiled. You're the Lord of Five Elements at any rate, yet you keep sending nobodies like him to cause trouble for me. What's the point of that? Come on, let's fight. Once I die, both my heavenly veins will be yours. He was challenging the Lord of Five Elements. In the starry sky, the Lord of Five Elements looked down at Yi Xian without saying a word. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the Lord of Five Elements and looked down at Yi Xian. Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of challenging my lord? As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A huge crack was suddenly torn in the sky, and a shadow swooped down from the crack, heading straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian slowly held the hilt of his sword with his right hand, closed his eyes and placed his right foot on the ground. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and exerted force with his right foot to draw his sword and shoot up into the sky. A ray of light tore through the sky. H. A shrill and miserable cry suddenly resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a bloody head fell slowly from the sky. It was the middle-aged man's head. The divine shift realm. Someone exclaimed with shock. The divine shift realm. After all, the highest known realm of cultivation was the visualization realm, and the visualization realm was above the divine shift realm. It could be said that the divine shift realm was the pinnacle of the visualization realm. He attained the divine shift realm at such a young age? Countless people in the shadows were extremely shocked. The eyes of the Lord of Five Elements narrowed. At this moment he was quite shocked as well, because he hadn't expected that Yi Xian had actually attained the divine shift realm. Yi Xian sheathed his sword, and then he looked up at the Lord of Five Elements. The heavenly veins were given to me by Senior Primordial. What right do you have to seize them from me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Boom. A sword howl shot into the sky, and then a ray of light tore through the sky and slashed down towards the Lord of Five Elements. The Lord of Five Elements remained expressionless as he slowly pressed his right hand down. In an instant, a strand of flames swept out from the surroundings, and it instantly enveloped Yi Xian's ray of light. Bang! Yi Xian's ray of light was instantly incinerated into nothingness by the flames. At the same time, the entire starry sky turned illusory. Moreover, the temperature within Yedu City suddenly rose explosively, and it was so hot that it seemed like the entire city was on the verge of melting. Countless people hurriedly fled the city. The Lord of Five Elements stared at Yi Xian. You've really surprised me. Because I never imagined that you would actually be able to attain the divine shift realm in such a short period of time. Looks like I shouldn't have been worried about Pavilion Master Qin and should have just killed you. Yi Xian grinned. It's not too late now. The Lord of Five Elements nodded. Indeed, it's not too late. With that, he suddenly slammed his right hand down, and in an instant, a pillar of fire fell straight down from the starry sky. Bang! In an instant, the mysterious starry sky where the Lord of Five Elements resided began to melt. Countless people in the city fled in a frenzy. As long as that pillar of fire fell, it didn't matter if Yi Xian could block it or not, Yedu City would be destroyed. Below, Yi Xian stared fixedly at the pillar of fire without a trace of fear in his eyes. When the pillar of fire entered the sky above Yedu City, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Everyone watched as a ray of sword light shot into the sky and slashed at the pillar of fire. Bang! The pillar of fire shook violently and in the next moment, it exploded. At the same time, a bolt of lightning fell straight down towards Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged into the sky and slashed at the bolt of lightning. Bang! With a loud explosion, countless arcs of lightning and sword light sputtered everywhere. The entire sky was instantly torn into nothingness, and Yi Xian was also sent crashing into the ground by the powerful force. As soon as he landed, the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet collapsed and turned into a giant abyss. In the starry sky, the Lord of Five Elements looked down at Yi Xian. That's it. Below, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the Lord of Five Elements. In the next moment he suddenly disappeared. Chi. 3 rays of sword light suddenly appeared above the Lord of Five Elements' head. 3 swords as one. Seeing this, the Lord of Five Elements narrowed his eyes, and a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Changing from offense to defense, he pressed his right hand in front of him, and a giant shield of fire appeared in front of him. Bang! Under the 3 slashes, the shield of fire collapsed, and the Lord of Five Elements retreated several thousand feet. Yi Xian looked at the Lord of Five Elements. That's it. That's it? The Lord of Five Elements' expression instantly turned ferocious, and he gazed at Yi Xian. I don't care who's standing behind you. I'll definitely kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his palms apart, and then countless arcs of lightning instantly condensed between his palms. As soon as they appeared, the starry sky around them started to tremble. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. His left hand gripped the Qingshen sword tightly. The Lord of Five Elements suddenly vanished on the spot. An enormous pillar of lightning tore through the surroundings and obliterated everything in its path. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. In an instant, Yi Xian overlapped tens of thousands of attacks. Rumble. The enormous pillar of lightning was instantly slashed apart. Meanwhile, the Lord of Five Elements suddenly flashed over to Yi Xian, and then he smashed his fist against Yi Xian's stomach. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's sword swept through the Lord of Five Elements' throat. Bang! Both of them retreated explosively. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, his body had been completely obliterated, and only his soul remained. As soon as the Lord of Five Elements stopped, his body had been completely obliterated as well, and only his soul remained. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. The Lord of Five Elements glanced at his soul, clenched his right hand tightly, and had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. A young man had actually destroyed his body. It was an utter humiliation. The Lord of Five Elements gazed at Yi Xian, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Five elements of the world, heed my command. Condense. In an instant, countless strands of the five elements in the world converged towards the Lord of Five Elements. Bang! The entire river of stars seethed. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment and then he said, "Experts should stop when it comes to a fight. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. The Lord of Five Elements was stunned. "I've been holding back my ultimate move." "You ran?" The Lord of Five Elements had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He waved his right hand, and the strands of the five elements that had converged towards him were instantly dispersed. However, space in front of him suddenly split apart, and then a ray of light slashed towards him. Sever the future. It was a single slash of the future. This was also a sword attack that Yi Xian had used all of his strength. The Lord of Five Elements' pupils constricted. This sudden turn of events had caught him completely off guard, and he could only passively defend himself. He raised his hands in front of his chest, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, forming a defensive barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered, and a sword pierced through the Lord of Five Elements' forehead. The powerful force of the sword sent the Lord of Five Elements' soul flying tens of thousands of feet away. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of the Lord of Five Elements. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, didn't you say that you weren't going to be flashy anymore?" Yi Xian asked, "Did I call for help?" Xiao Ta said, "No." Yi Xian asked again, "I didn't rely on my father and I didn't rely on my sister. I killed him with my own strength. What right do you have to say that I'm flashy? Who said that fighting must be based on martial ethics? Who said that fighting can't be done with one's brain?" Xiao Ta. Chapter 22:11. In front of Yi Xian, the Lord of Five Elements was in a daze. Defeated? He never thought that he would be defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by the person he had once regarded as an ant. The Lord of Five Elements suddenly looked at Yi Xian and roared, "I refuse to accept this." Of course he refused to accept this. He had not even used his ultimate move and was killed by Yi Xian. How could he accept this? The Lord of Five Elements glared at Yi Xian. "If you have the ability, then defeat me fair and square. Don't you think it's shameful to play such dirty tricks?" Before he could finish, the green profound sword suddenly trembled and began to absorb his soul. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the distant sky. The Lord of Five Elements looked up, his eyes burning with hope of survival. He roared, "Law Master, save me." In the depths of the starry sky, an old voice suddenly sounded. "Leave him." At the side, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched and he pressed down with his right hand. Boom! The green profound sword gave up on absorbing and instantly erased the Lord of Five Elements' soul. His soul was completely destroyed. The Lord of Five Elements. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Yi City. Then an old man appeared in front of everyone. The Law Master of the Southern region. He controlled at least 70% of the laws in the world and his strength was unfathomable. The Law Master looked at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. "So it's the Law Master." The Law Master stared at Yi Xian. "You know me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Who in the world doesn't know the Law Master? To be honest, I've admired you for many years." The Law Master looked at Yi Xian. "Just now, you knew that I wanted to save him, so you deliberately killed him before I finished speaking. Are you trying to give me a way out or are you trying to give yourself a way out?" Yi Xian smiled. "The Lord of Five Elements tried to kill me and I killed him instead. Is there a problem with that?" The Dharma Lord stared at Yi Xian. "What I'm saying now is that you knew that I wanted to save him, but you deliberately killed him before I arrived." "You." Yi Xian suddenly interrupted the Dharma Master. "Who do you think you are?" Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. How could this guy change his attitude faster than flipping a book? Yi Xian looked at the Dharma master and smiled. Do you really think you're a master just because I call you senior? What does it have to do with you who I want to kill? My father doesn't care about me. Do I need you to care about me? As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and slashed at the law master. I've given you a way out, but you don't want to take it. Then die. Just do it. As long as one lives in this world, one shouldn't suffer any grievances. Seeing Yi Xian directly attack, the experts in the dark were all dumbfounded. This young man was a reckless person. Anyone would dare to do it. The law master's eyes turned cold when he saw Yi Xian attack. He suddenly waved his right hand and a mysterious law swept down from the sky. Boom. The law had appeared. In the dark, the experts' expressions changed drastically. It should be pointed out that the person in front of them was the law master. He controlled at least 70% of the laws in the dark universe, and these laws were not ordinary laws. Every law represented a type of rule, and they possessed the terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. In the sky, Yi Xian also sensed the terrifying power of that law. It made his heart palpitate. At this time he had no way out. He could only bite the bullet and attack. Yi Xian's sword slashed at the law. Under everyone's gaze, the law was directly torn apart and then shattered. But Yi Xian was completely unharmed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The law master's face was also filled with disbelief. His law was directly destroyed? He did not go easy on him, right? Not only everyone but Yi Xian was also somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? Had he become so powerful? Soon he thought of something. The green profound sword. Damn. The green profound sword could break all laws and Daos in the world. He had actually forgotten about this. Yi Xian looked at the green profound sword in his hand in silence. The green profound sword could break all laws. In other words, although his cultivation level was not as high as the law master's, his sword had the effect of restraining the law master. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, don't tell me you don't want to use the green profound sword?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "No need." As he spoke, he opened his palm. The green profound sword transformed into a ray of sword light and returned to Xiao Ta's body. Yi Xian looked at the law master in the sky. He opened his palm and an ordinary sword appeared in it. The law master stared at Yi Xian with a gloomy expression. "Are you looking down on the old man?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the green profound sword was extraordinary. However, he did not expect that Yi Xian would actually keep the sword. Was he looking down on the law master? Below, Yi Xian pointed the sword at the law master. "Let's fight again." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Buzz. The sound of a sword suddenly soared into the sky and shook the heavens and earth. In the sky, a trace of hostility flashed in the law master's eyes. He took a step forward and pressed his right hand down. Boom. With this pressure, the starry sky turned upside down and pressed down. Starry sky law. It could control thousands of starry skies. As the starry sky pressed down, in an instant, the expressions of all the experts in Yedu changed dramatically. This was not just aimed at Yi Xian but the entire Yedu. If it fell, the entire Yedu city would be annihilated. Below, a trace of hostility flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and his body gradually became illusory. Time and space distorted. At the same time he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. Buzz. The sword's cry suddenly resounded throughout the universe. Boom. As soon as Yi Xian swung his sword, the starry sky that was hanging upside down became illusory. However, Yi Xian was also sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, he fell into an unknown and mysterious space-time abyss. In the space-time abyss, streams of terrifying and mysterious energy kept corroding him. Yi Xian ignored the corrosive force. He looked up at the law master in the distance. The law master's mouth twitched. "That's it? How dare you look down on me?" Before he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly slashed down from above his head. Slash the future. Boom. The law master was directly slashed tens of thousands of feet away by this sudden sword. Yi Xian, who had merged with space-time, could slash the future and the past silently. Even experts at the level of the law master could not feel the changes in space-time. As soon as the law master stopped, another sword slashed down. Slash the future again. The law master narrowed his eyes. He suddenly opened his palm and a rule floated up from his palm. Boom. Yi Xian's sword was directly blocked by this rule. However, another sword arrived. One sword followed the other. Each sword was faster than the one before. Each sword was stranger than the one before. In the battlefield, the Law Master kept retreating. In the face of Yi Xian's strange swords, he could only passively defend because he did not know when these swords would fly out. He could only react when they flew out. At this time, he had already lost the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. In the battlefield, Yi Xian's flying swords increased in number. All of them slashed the future. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that there were still swords that slashed the past. With his current attainments in spacetime, whether it was the future or the past, he could make the swords appear at any time. In fact, he had never tried this before. When he was fighting with the Law Master just now, this idea suddenly appeared in his mind. 3 swords in one? No, he wanted to play around. He wanted to use one sword at a time. However, he would not only use 3 swords. He wanted to use countless swords. As for the consumption, he now had tens of billions of star divine veins. He could afford it. If he did not have these star divine veins, he would not have dared to play like this. In fact, if he replaced these swords with the profound azure sword, their power would be even more terrifying. However, he still did not use the profound azure sword. In the battlefield, the Law Master was still being suppressed. This time, he had retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. As for Yi Xian, he did not dare to stop. Once he stopped, the Law Master would definitely counterattack. He was also rather wary of the Law Master's mysterious laws. The more Yi Xian fought, the more excited he became. Although he did not have the profound azure sword, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Now he was completely suppressing the Law Master. The powerhouses hidden in the shadows were all shocked. Yi Xian was only at the Divine Change realm, but he could suppress the Law Master, one of the superpowers of the Southern Territory. This was too unbelievable. It must be known that the Law Master was at least half a step into the Observer realm. Do not underestimate this half step. This half step was a gap that countless people would never be able to cross in their entire lives. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the sky, suddenly disappeared. He was multitasking. Not only was he crazily executing the past and the future, but he was also executing the present. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the Law Master's pupils suddenly shrank. He could only watch as Yi Xian's sword slashed towards him. At this moment, he was not only facing Yi Xian's sword, but also countless swords from the past and the future. If an ordinary person faced such a terrifying sword, they would have been decapitated long ago. The Law Master suddenly roared angrily, 10,000 techniques. As soon as he said this, the power of countless laws suddenly surged out of his body. These laws formed a protective barrier around his body. However, these laws could only barely block Yi Xian's swords. This was because Yi Xian's swords had reached a qualitative change. Not only that, but his consciousness and thoughts had also reached the Divine Change realm. If the Law Master was truly at the Observer realm, he could easily break through. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He was only half a step into the Observer realm. Seeing that his 10,000 techniques still couldn't block Yi Xian's swords, the Law Master suddenly raised his head and roared, "Time Master, this person has disrupted spacetime and can travel to the past and the future at will. Are you really not going to stop him?" He knew that the reason Yi Xian was using these strange swords was because Yi Xian had disrupted time. The Tao of time was not under his control, so he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. However, he knew that the Time Master could restrain Yi Xian. The Time Master. The Law Master's voice passed through layers of spacetime and finally reached the southern side of the Dark Observer universe. A moment later, a voice suddenly rang out from within the Divine Court of Time. "Who dares to disrupt time? Are you tired of living?" As soon as the voice finished, a figure shot into the sky, straight into the clouds. His speed increased, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in the sky above Yi City. This person was the Time Master. The Time Master's expression was extremely gloomy. "Who dares to disrupt spacetime? Are you tired of living?" The Law Master pointed angrily at Yi Xian in the distance. "That's the one." Before he could finish speaking, more swords slashed at him, interrupting him. The Time Master turned to look at Yi Xian. When he saw Yi Xian, his expression froze. Suddenly, he felt his legs turn to jelly. In the distance, the Law Master, who had been forced into a desperate situation by the swords, suddenly roared, "Why aren't you killing him?" The Time Master. P.S. Work hard to save up. I'll surprise everyone next time. Chapter 22:12. It had to be said that the Time Master was stunned. Wasn't that young Master Yi? Before he came, he had some doubts. Who was disrupting spacetime? After all, he would be the first to know if someone was disrupting spacetime. But when he saw Yi Xian he understood. Because Yi Xian had the nomological rules he had gifted him, Yi Xian's disrupting spacetime was equivalent to his permission. Therefore the spacetime Dao did not give him any feedback. Of course this was not the main point. The main point was that this was young Master Yi. Kill young Master Yi? Was this Law Master crazy? Seeing that the Time Master was stunned, the Law Master who was struggling in the distance shouted angrily, "Time Master, what are you waiting for?" The Time Master looked at the Law Master coldly. "What are you shouting for? Do I know you that well?" "Law Master, I don't know you that well." Hearing this, the Law Master's eyes widened. He did not understand the situation. "You," the Time Master said angrily, "what about you? Don't talk to me. The old man does not know you." The Law Master was speechless. At this moment, the spacetime in the distance suddenly split open. The next moment, a huge Dao character flashed out from the split space. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky boiled and tumbled. Dao nomological rules. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He turned around, put his palms together and slashed forward. A ray of sword chi slashed out from his palm. Boom. The sword light shattered and Yi Xian retreated. In the distance, the sword light around the Law Master disappeared. The Law Master was able to escape. After Yi Xian stopped, his face instantly darkened. Damn, he did not care about martial ethics. Here comes another one. In the distance, the spacetime split open and an old man slowly walked out. The old man wore a black long-sleeved robe. His hair and beard were all white and his eyes were as sharp as knives. The Law Master. The other super big shot of the southern region and the strongest of the four masters. He controlled 70% of the world's Dao nomological rules. The Law Master looked at Yi Xian coldly. At that moment, the Time Master hurriedly walked up to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" Yi Xian glanced at the Time Master and said, "You won't join forces with them to fight me, right?" The Time Master shook his head. "I'm not familiar with them. I'm really not familiar with them." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, don't do that. I don't rely on my younger sister anymore." The Time Master glanced at Yi Xian. "F*ck, I don't believe you." In the distance, the Law Master suddenly shouted angrily, "Time Master, what is the meaning of this?" The Time Master looked coldly at the Law Master. "What does my intentions have to do with you?" The Dharma Master glared at the Master of Time. "He has disrupted time and space. Are you blind?" The Time Master said angrily, "You think he can just because you say so?" The Dharma Master was stunned. Then he said, "Everyone saw how he disrupted the past and future just now." The Time Master was expressionless. "I didn't see anything." The Law Master was speechless. The Time Master said, "So what if he disrupted time and space? Who made the rule that time and space cannot be reversed?" The Law Master stared at the Time Master. "You made the rule." The Time Master said angrily, "From now on, this rule is invalid for young Master Yi. Young Master Yi can do whatever he wants as long as he's happy." The crowd was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. The Law Master looked at the Time Master with an ugly expression. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" The Time Master ignored the Law Master and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. "Young Master Yi, will you come with me to the Time Court?" Yi Xian glanced at the Path Master and the Law Master in the distance. In the distance, the Tao Lord and Dharma Master said, "I'll give you trouble, right?" The Time Master shook his head. "No trouble, no trouble." The Path Master suddenly said, "Gong Fu, I'm a little confused." The Time Master turned to the Path Master. "Path Master, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Why do you have to interfere?" The Path Master smiled. "You know, Law and Tao are one family." The Time Master was silent. The Path Master smiled. "Gong Fu, although we're not friends, we're friends. Can you not interfere in this matter?" The Time Master shook his head. "No." The Path Master narrowed his eyes. "Can you give me an explanation?" The Time Master said calmly, "You won't believe me even if I tell you. Why bother explaining? I'll always be with young Master Yi." The crowd was speechless. Yi Xian hesitated and said, "Senior, I don't rely on my sister anymore." The Time Master nodded. "I understand. I understand." Yi Xian was speechless. In the distance, the Law Master was furious. He was about to attack but was stopped by the Path Master. He could see that something was wrong. The Path Master looked at Yi Xian and said, "Let's go." With that he turned and left. The Dharma Lord hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed. After the Law Master and the Path Master left, the Time Master turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, come with me to the time court. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, I won't go to the time court. I don't want to cause you trouble. The time master was displeased. Young Master Yi, what are you saying? It's too distant between us to talk about these things. Yi Xian was speechless. The time master said, Don't worry, young Master Yi. Whether it's the law master or the path master, the time court will face them together with you. The time court is willing to live and die with young Master Yi. Yi Xian was speechless. If it was in the past he would be overjoyed. But now he was thinking too much. He and his sword alone. He didn't need to rely on anyone. At this point Yi Xian smiled. I appreciate Senior's good intentions, but I won't be going to the time court. The time master hesitated for a moment before he said, Young Master Yi, the law master and the path master are not to be underestimated. Especially the path master. His strength is so great that even I am much weaker than him. Now that the two of them have joined forces, Yi Xian smiled. I understand Senior's good intentions. But I really won't be going to the time court. I have my own path to walk. Senior will meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists, turned around and rode his sword into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. He'd finally rebuilt his Tao heart with great difficulty. He didn't want to be taken back to be a backer again. The time master was silent for a long time. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared behind him. The time master looked up into the sky. Summon all the experts of the time court. Also, keep an eye on young Master Ye's whereabouts. The old man hesitated for a moment. Master, doesn't young Master Yi need our help? The time master said angrily, Fool, young Master Yi is too embarrassed to say it. In his heart he wants us to help, understand? Yi Xian, the old man wanted to say something but stopped. The time master continued, In any case I'm going to cling to young Master Yi. The old man. The news that Yi Xian killed the Lord of Five Elements in Yedu City quickly spread throughout the Dark Temple cosmos. Yi Xian's name swept through the entire Dark Temple cosmos like a sudden clap of thunder. Thousand Chant City. Qian Mu sat silently in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. An old man stood in front of him. The old man said after a long silence, Master, do you want revenge? Qian Mu shook his head. The old man wanted to say something but stopped. Qian Mu said softly, That young man can kill the Lord of Five Elements so he can kill me. Moreover, as far as I know, the Time Master calls him young Master Yi. For him, the Time Master is willing to become enemies with the Path Master and the Law Master. As he spoke, he shook his head. His strength is already at the top of this world. His background must be so terrifying that we can't imagine it. If he goes to seek revenge, my Thousand Chant City will be gone. The old man was silent. Qian Mu walked slowly to the door and looked at the distant sky. He said softly, The great Tao is like 1,000 sails and 100 barges. On this great Tao millions of cultivators compete and the brave wins. If that young man is weak and has no background, he would have died when he fought with my son that day. As he spoke, he shook his head. That day the pavilion master told me that killing my son is helping Thousand Chant City. When I heard that, I thought she was humiliating me. Now it seems that she was right. She is indeed helping Thousand Chant City. As he spoke, he turned and walked into the hall. At this moment he suddenly became much older. The old man sighed softly. On a certain mountain peak, the Path Master and the Law Master stood side by side. The Law Master's expression was extremely ugly. The battle with Yi Xian was already a humiliation to him. The Path Master suddenly said, You are going to kill him not for the Lord of Five Elements, but to obtain the 2 veins of the sky from that young man, am I right? The Law Master was honest. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at the Path Master. Perhaps not just 2 but 3. Moreover, as far as I know, he has the Heaven Burial Sword box and a terrifying divine sword. In addition, he has tens of billions of star divine veins. The Path Master was silent. He did not care about the Heaven Burial Sword box. He was a little interested in the divine sword, but he was most interested in the veins of the sky. As long as he obtained 3, he might be able to reach the legendary observer state. This was what he cared about the most. After a while, the Path Master said softly, That young man is not simple. The Law Master was expressionless. So what? There are 3 veins of the sky. He has 2 now or even 3. If we kill him, we can obtain 3 veins of the sky. When the 3 veins of the sky are gathered, it will be time for us to change our destiny. The Path Master was silent. The Law Master continued, The reason why the Time Master is helping that young man is probably because of the veins of the sky. If he obtains 3 veins of the sky, then the master of the southern region will not be you, but the Time Master. Hearing this, the Path Master frowned slightly. Cultivation was about being invincible and living forever, but it was also about one's desires. Being invincible and living forever were all desires. Cultivation was not about clearing one's heart of desires. It was about satisfying one's inner desires. After a while, the Path Master said, "Let's discuss this further." Hearing this, the Path Master's lips curled up slightly. He knew that no one could resist the temptation of 3 veins of the sky. On a certain mountain peak, Yi Xian sat on the ground with his legs crossed. The Qingxian sword floated quietly beside him. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, why did you reject the Time Master? I think you can join forces with him and fight." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and Xiao Ta appeared in it. Yi Xian looked at small tower and sighed in a low voice. "Half of the credit goes to you for my flashy ways." Then he shook his head. "Xiao Ta misled me. Today I will destroy the tower to stabilize my Dao heart. Xiao Ta, have a safe journey." Then he pointed the Qingxian sword at Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta. Chapter 22:13. F***CK. Xiao Ta was so frightened that he jumped out. "Young master, you have to calm down." "Calm down." Yi Xian laughed out loud. With a thought, the Qingxian sword returned to the small pagoda. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground again and slowly closed his eyes. Seeing that Yi Xian had no intention of destroying the tower to stabilize his Taoist heart, Xiao Ta breathed a sigh of relief. It had to admit that its young master was indeed different. On top of the mountain, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his body. Come. Focus. Now he had one more thing. Enlightening the heart. What was enlightening the heart? It was to look straight into one's heart. He had done this before, but he had not done it thoroughly. Just as Qing Guan had said, along the way Qing'er had paved the way for him, so he walked with a clear conscience. Was the great path paved by others? Of course not. Running away from one's heart was a sign of weakness. Inner weakness. Not only did one have to walk forward, but one also had to look back. Only by looking back could one always remember one's original intention. Qing'er had once said, if one's original intention did not change, one would be invincible. Original intention. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked toward the horizon. What was his original intention? Was it to be a flashy second-generation heir? Whenever something happened, it would be either his father or Qing. Yi Xian laughed at himself. Suddenly he hated his past self. Yi Xian stood up and said softly, "From today on, I will not use Xiao Ta to cultivate, and I will not use the azure sword anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the Qingxian sword entered the small tower with a thought. Boom. A sword will suddenly surged out of Yi Xian's body. Like a tidal wave, it instantly filled the sky. His Taoist heart was solidified. Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice, "Young lord, don't you want me anymore?" Yi Xian smiled. "No, I just want to work hard. I want you to be proud of me one day and not the other way around." After a long silence, Soul said, "I'll wait for you." Yi Xian laughed. He opened his palm and the Heaven Burial Sword case appeared in his hand. Looking at the Heaven Burial Sword case in his hand, he fell silent. Qing Guan had given it to him. Inside there were 12 super divine swords. Although they were not as good as the Qingxian sword, there were many of them. Moreover, there was also a sword formation. If he used it, he was confident that he could kill that Dharma master in a short time with the Green Shen sword. After a long time, Yi Xian put away the Heaven Burial Sword case. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, don't you need it?" Yi Xian smiled, "I'll return it to Miss Qing Guan when I see her in the future." Xiao Ta was puzzled. "Why?" Yi Xian smiled. "I shouldn't have taken something from her for free. I was too thick-skinned back then." Xiao Ta. After putting away the sword case, Yi Xian entered Xiao Ta and arrived in front of Enlancio. Enlancio had already entered a meditative state. He had given both veins of the heavens to Enlancio to study. Yi Xian glanced at the 2 veins of the heavens in front of him. In the end he did not choose to study them. Right now he only wanted to stabilize his sword heart and Dao heart. At this moment Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the next moment he left the small pagoda. As soon as he left the small pagoda, the space and time in the distant sky split open, and a mysterious black-robed man slowly walked out. Boom. In an instant the entire world became illusory. Half-step observer state. Yi Xian looked the mysterious black-robed man in the eyes. You're not a Dharma Lord or a Tao Lord. You're the clansman of that youth with the heavens. A trace of surprise flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He sized up Yi Xian and said, "Divine transformation." Yi Xian nodded slightly and raised his thumb. Boom. The sword in his hand suddenly shot into the sky and slashed at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a step forward and pointed a finger forward. Crack. As soon as the finger descended, the space in an area of a few million kilometers instantly split open. Countless mountains were reduced to powder and the ground cracked. Boom. The sword in Yi Xian's hand broke into pieces. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "Aren't we going to have a chat before we fight?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I'm sorry, I've been a little arrogant lately. I want to fight just because of a disagreement." "Since you want to chat, then let's chat." The black-robed man said, "The heavens belong to my clan." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "The Tao clan." The black-robed man frowned slightly. "Young man, being too smart isn't a good thing most of the time." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "According to what I know, you've already destroyed the forbidden grounds of the ruins of God in the Eastern Territory. However, you didn't attack. Moreover, you've even sealed off the news. Let me guess, you're either facing some sort of difficulty or plotting something, right?" The black-robed man gazed at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not interested in the enmity between your Tao clan and the Dark Observer Cosmos." The black-robed man said, "You killed our people and even seized a heavenly vein." Yi Xian replied with a question. "He wanted to kill me, so I killed him instead. What's wrong with that?" The black-robed man fell silent for a moment before he said, "According to what I know, you have another heavenly vein." Yi Xian nodded. The black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Do you want to fight?" The black-robed man nodded. "I have no choice." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Rumble. In an instant, everything in the surroundings was destroyed. A strand of terrifying force swept down from the sky and tore everything into pieces. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, his body started to become ethereal. Suddenly, a sword passed through the terrifying force and slashed down towards the black-robed man. Future slash. He'd already attacked while they were chatting just now. "Chat with you?" "Sure, but I have to attack first." The sudden attack caught the black-robed old man off guard. However, his reaction was extremely swift, and he immediately smashed his fist forward. He was going head-on against it. Bang! The sword light shattered, and the black-robed man retreated repeatedly. However, he hadn't stopped and he slashed down once more. No, it wasn't just a single strike, it was numerous strikes. Moreover, it wasn't just future slash, it was past slash as well. Each strike was more mysterious than the last. The black-robed man's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. On the other hand, the terrifying force that the black-robed man emanated had been slashed into pieces by Yi Xian. Numerous rays of light appeared incessantly around the black-robed man, and every single one of them was extremely mysterious and impossible to guard against. Under such circumstances, the black-robed man was pushed back incessantly by the attacks of these swords. He could only defend passively. Because Yi Xian's attacks were continuous, and they appeared without the slightest sign. Especially when future slashes intersected with past slashes. It was truly too exhausting. Because he could only react after the swords appeared, and such a situation required a high degree of concentration. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he suddenly pressed his palms together. Soul emerge. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he abandoned his body, and his soul floated over 10 kilometers away. At the same time, his body exploded into pieces. Bang. An expanse of light was blasted back. Yi Xian returned to where he stood earlier, and then he raised his head to look at the black-robed man. He was quite surprised that the black-robed man had abandoned his body. Meanwhile, the black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist, and then the space around him instantly became illusory. The river of space and time had appeared. After the long river of time had shown up, Yi Xian's slash of the past and slash of the future were still weird, but they were traceable. After all, Yi Xian was still within space. The black-robed man slowly clenched his right fist, and it didn't take long for his body to be reconstructed at a visible speed. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned slightly. How could they do that? It didn't take long for the black-robed man's body to be restored. Of course, it was different from his original body. After all, it had just been reconstructed. The black-robed man gazed at Yi Xian. "That sword of yours." He hadn't finished speaking when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and then an expanse of light swept down like a waterfall. The surrounding space started to be obliterated as soon as he swung his sword. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, and then he clenched his right fist. In an instant, boundless energy condensed in his palm, and then he punched upwards. Head-on. Bang. An expanse of light suddenly erupted, and then the black-robed man fell straight down from the sky. However, Yi Xian didn't stop there. He continued charging down and swung his sword. An expanse of light tore down from the sky. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. He clenched his fists, and then he transformed into a white light that shot up into the sky. Clang. Rumble. A deafening explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and then the black-robed man fell straight down from the sky. The speed at which he fell was even faster than before, and he fell into an unknown and mysterious space-time abyss in the blink of an eye. As soon as the black-robed man stopped, dozens of sword lights suddenly slashed down like thunderclaps. The black-robed man's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Xian's sword to be so terrifying. The black-robed man's face instantly turned pale in the face of these dozens of sword lights. At this moment he knew that he couldn't hold on anymore. He would definitely die. At this critical moment, the space in front of him suddenly split open, and then a fist suddenly flew out and headed straight for Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he swung his sword with both hands. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. Tens of thousands of sword lights instantly overlapped. Because he felt danger. Bang. The tens of thousands of sword lights instantly shattered upon coming into contact with the fist, but the fist didn't shatter and it charged straight for Yi Xian again. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he issued a command in his heart. Countless flying swords slashed out. Numerous flying swords slashed the fist, and when it arrived before Yi Xian, it was already slashed by the tens of thousands of flying swords. The fist was shattered, but Yi Xian retreated explosively for almost 30 kilometers. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked into the distance. In the depths of the cracked space, he saw a young man in a black robe. The young man had his right hand behind his back, and his left hand was holding a black stone. Yi Xian did not know what it was. Suddenly, a few dozen swords appeared around the young man. Slash the future. Slash it over. Moreover, it was a slash that traversed space. In the depths of the starry sky, the young man's expression was calm. He suddenly opened his right hand and clenched it tightly. Bang. In an instant, the area of space he was in was obliterated, and Yi Xian's sword was obliterated along with it. It destroyed the river of time. It was the river of time that destroyed the area he was in. The visualization state. Yi Xian's expression became slightly solemn. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Crack. As soon as the punch was thrown, the space-time galaxy where Yi Xian was suddenly shattered and annihilated. Even the matter was wiped out. At the same time, Yi Xian did not even have a chance to dodge, because he found that the punch had already landed on his body the moment the young man threw the punch. Bang. Yi Xian's body shattered, and his soul retreated 300 kilometers. After he stopped, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he looked up at the young man in the distance with slight excitement. It ignores all matter and attacks the body. So it can be like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes, and in the next moment, the sword in his hand suddenly flew out. In the depths of the starry sky, the young man flicked his sleeve. Bang. An expanse of sword light on his sleeve was obliterated. Even though he didn't injure the young man, Yi Xian was extremely excited because he understood how to use space and matter again. Breakthrough. Yi Xian was about to break through again. The black-robed man returned to the young man's side, and the black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian. "Young master, do you kill this person?" The young man glanced at Yi Xian. "We can't. His destiny hasn't ended yet." After saying that, he turned around and left. The black-robed man hesitated for a moment and then said, "Young master, this person is extraordinary. If we let him live in the future, our Dao clan..." In the distance, the young man didn't even look back. "Fear the strong. That's the behavior of the weak. The stronger he is, the happier I will be." The black-robed man thought about it, and then shook his head with a smile. "That's right, why should I worry? After all, my young master is a one-of-a-kind heaven-defying cultivator. A heaven-defying cultivator. P.S. I'm not asking for votes. I'm going to have no desires. I'm going to put down the monthly votes and I'll be at ease. Chapter 22:14. In the same place, Yi Xian watched as the space-time in the distance gradually healed, and the young man and the old man disappeared from his sight. In fact, he had already guessed the other party's identity. That man should be the heaven-defying one that Qingguan mentioned. Heaven-defying one. Profound observation realm. Yi Xian was silent. In the instant they exchanged blows just now, he understood one thing. There was a huge gap between him and the divine profound stage. Moreover, it was very big. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Gap. He wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, this stimulated his fighting spirit. If others could reach the profound observation realm, why couldn't he? Profound observation. Yi Xian looked down at the sword in his hand. In that instant when he fought with the heaven-defying one, he realized that the other party could ignore space-time and matter, and directly ignore that kind of thing. What would happen if he could ignore space-time and matter? His speed would be extremely fast, truly extreme. When he attacked now, the sword still needed to travel between space-time and matter. If he could ignore space-time and matter, it meant that the sword would have no obstacles. Under such circumstances, his sword's speed could reach the limit. This limit was not only the limit of speed, but also the limit of power, enough to destroy matter. What was the limit of matter? It was quantitative and qualitative change, and the core of qualitative change was still matter. Profound observation was to surpass matter and directly destroy matter. When he fought with the heaven-defying one just now, his three swords were forcibly erased by the other party. Because the other party had even erased the river of space-time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The space-time in front of him was directly shattered. However, Yi Xian frowned because he realized that in the destroyed space-time, matter still existed. Law of conservation. Even if the universe was destroyed, the essence still existed, and the quantity would never change. How to destroy the essence? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, why don't you come into the tower to cultivate?" Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "If you speak again, I will sacrifice the tower to the heavens." Xiao Ta. Yi Xian didn't return to Xiao Ta to cultivate. Abandon all external things, know yourself and look straight into your heart. He knew that this would be very difficult, because he was already used to cultivating in Xiao Ta's body. It was almost like cheating. He really wasn't too used to it, but he still had to change. On the peak of the mountain, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground like an old monk meditating. Day turned to night and night turned to day. Time passed slowly. Enlightenment. Most of the time, cultivating the Tao was a matter of enlightenment. Then everything would make sense. In fact, this was nonsense. How could it be so easy? Yi Xian got up and left. I won't comprehend any more. He had to find some inspiration. As soon as Yi Xian arrived at the immortal treasure pavilion of the vast thousand domains, old Zhang appeared in front of him. Old Zhang bowed slightly. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Can I go to Pavilion Master Qingguan's study to have a look?" Old Zhang nodded. "Sure." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Why can you?" Old Zhang smiled and said, "When the Pavilion Master left, he told me that if young Master Yi returns one day, you will definitely have some enlightenment and want to read." Yi Xian was speechless. Old Zhang smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, please?" Yi Xian nodded slightly and then walked to the 12th floor. On the way, Yi Xian asked, "Senior?" Old Zhang quickly said, "Just call me Old Zhang." Yi Xian nodded. "Old Zhang, do you know where your Pavilion Master went?" Old Zhang shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Yi Xian fell silent. Old Zhang said again, "The Pavilion Master is very mysterious and likes to wander around. However, the Pavilion Master is really a very good person. If not for him saving me back then, Old Zhang, wouldn't be here today." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "He is indeed a very good person." Old Zhang brought Yi Xian to the door of the 12th floor and then said, "Young Master Yi, when the Pavilion Master left, she left something for you. She said that if you come to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, she should bring you here. If not..." At this point he didn't say anything more. But Yi Xian understood. If he came, it meant that he didn't hold a grudge against her heart-wrenching words that day. The fate between the two of them still existed. If he didn't come, it meant that he was narrow-minded and calculative. He couldn't accept others' guidance humbly. This meant that his fate with Qingguan would come to an end. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Yi Xian was not a narrow-minded person. nor was he a person with a fragile heart. If there was a mistake, he would correct it. Moreover, he understood that only those who truly treated you as a friend would criticize you mercilessly. Yi Xian entered the study. There was a notebook and a letter on the desk. Yi Xian picked up the letter and opened it. Young Master Yi, congratulations. You should have reached the divine transformation realm by now. Actually, you should have reached the divine transformation realm a long time ago. Unfortunately, no one can enlighten you and help you break through the barriers in your heart and truly understand yourself. Your current goal should be the visualization realm. Right now, you should have many doubts about this realm. It's fine. I've already introduced this realm to you in detail. It's in the notebook next to you. Yi Xian glanced at the notebook next to him and then continued to read the letter. Young Master Yi, besides the visualization realm, I've left behind another realm. It's a brand new realm that I've created based on the visualization realm. I hope you can cultivate it successfully. Finally, young Master Yi, you must remember that as a cultivator, you must cultivate yourself. You must get rid of your bad habits, recognize your heart, look straight at it, and subdue it. Perhaps young Master Yi has done it before. However, young Master Yi must have overlooked something. As your strength grows, your heart will constantly change. Therefore, as a cultivator, you should reflect on yourself 3 times a day. Yi Xian thought for a moment and flipped to the second page. There was only one sentence on the second page. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that the human heart is too complicated and has too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles to cultivation. Young Master Yi, will meet again if fate wills it. In the study, Yi Xian did not speak for a long time. There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that the human heart is too complicated and has too many thoughts. After a long time, Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, are you still not enlightened?" Yi Xian said uncuriously, "None of your business." Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian sat in front of the desk and opened the notebook. There were only 2 words on the first page: visualization. Visualization. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian flipped to the second page. Visualization is to surpass the material plane, the space-time plane, the Tao and Law plane. Visualization is divided into external appearance and internal appearance. External appearance is to surpass the space-time plane, the material plane, the Tao and Law plane. Internal appearance refers to the transformation of the mind. What is the transformation of the mind? It is to see through everything and reach a new realm. The difference in the minds of people will cause people to see a different world. If the mind is narrow, the world and the universe you see will be narrow. In short, you will be imprisoned by your own thoughts. A person's life needs to undergo continuous transformation of the mind. Otherwise, it will only be a mechanical cycle every day. Seeing this, Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Yi Xian continued to read. However, the transformation of the mind is accompanied by pain. Therefore, to achieve internal appearance, one needs to accumulate, persevere, endure, reflect, and break free from the layers of shackles in one's heart and spirit. One needs to break the shackles of the past to find a new chance of survival. It is like turning a cocoon into a butterfly. Before becoming a butterfly, the transformation of the cocoon is extremely painful. It is easy to achieve external appearance, but difficult to achieve internal appearance. Young Master Yi, I wish you good luck. Yi Xian was silent. External appearance. Internal appearance. This time the realm was very detailed. It was so detailed that he felt a headache. It was very difficult to reach the visualization realm. Especially this vipassana. Just the sound of it sounded mysterious. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian flipped to the next page. There were 3 words on the next page: time realm. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of those 3 words. Yi Xian quickly flipped to the next page. Time realm. What is time? It is time. Of course, it is not just time, but time that has passed. It is the carrier of everything in the world and can contain everything in the world. Everything in the past was time. Everything in the past could be materialized and controlled. I created this realm based on your Azure Profound Sword because your Azure Profound Sword contains the power of time. Not only that, but it can also prevent time from affecting you. After my research, I found that this time realm surpasses the visualization realm because the power of time can destroy everything, including visualization realm experts. So far in the world, only a few divine objects can prevent time from affecting them. Time. Yi Xian hurriedly took out the Azure Mysterious Sword and sensed it. Sure enough, he felt the power of time. However, he was a little puzzled. Because he had used this special power in the Azure Mysterious Sword before, but it didn't seem to be this powerful. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian flipped to the next page. Sir Yi, the time energy within the sword has already been suppressed. The reason for that is because the current you is unable to fully control the time energy within the sword. Because of that, that young lady has suppressed the time energy within the sword. Once your strength reaches a certain level, the time energy within the sword will automatically be unsealed. At that time, the power of the sword will become even more terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the azure profound sword in his hand. After thinking for a while, he looked at the notebook. Young Master Yi, you must cultivate the power of time after reaching the visualization realm because you can't control it well. If you are not careful, you will be corroded by time and become a thing of the past. Alright. Young Master Yi, we will meet again if fate allows it. That's it. In the study room, Yi Xian remained silent for a while before he said softly, "Thank you." The notebook had answered a lot of questions for him. Visualization realm. Yi Xian decided to cultivate the visualization realm first. He had to take it one step at a time. Otherwise, if he took too big a step, he would easily hurt himself. Yi Xian cultivated in the study room. He still did not choose to join Xiao Ta because he did not want to rely on Xiao Ta. It was fine if Xiao Ta was here now, but if Xiao Ta was gone in the future, what should he do then? The heart of dependence was not formed overnight. He did not want to be dependent at all, especially when he used the azure profound sword and Xiao Ta's divine objects that were almost cheating. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, in terms of knowledge, who do you think is better, Sister Qing Guan or Sister Qing Er?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Qing Er is the eternal God." Chapter 22:15. Qing Er. Yi Xian didn't know what level Qing Er had reached, but he knew that in terms of knowledge, Qing Er was definitely at the top. Even his father and big brother couldn't compare. Of course, Qing Guan was also very powerful. No, he was very powerful. Yi Xian suddenly let out a sigh. Xiao Ta asked, "Young master, why are you sighing?" Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. "They're all very powerful, but I..." With that, he shook his head again, collected his thoughts and began to cultivate. Less sighing, less nonsense, and more cultivation was the right thing to do. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Before, he hadn't even had a direction to comprehend, but things were different now. With Qing Guan's guidance, he had a direction to research and was no longer confused. Observer realm. Beyond matter, beyond space-time, beyond Tao and Dharma. In the immortal treasure pavilion, Yi Xian cultivated quietly. No one disturbed him. In the land of the divine ruins. The land of the divine ruins had once been one of the top powers of the dark observer cosmos, but now it had become a wasteland. In front of the divine ruins palace, a young man walked slowly. Behind him were 12 people. These 12 people were all observer realm. 12 observer realm experts. The young man wore a black robe. His right hand was behind his back, and his left hand held a black stone. He walked calmly. This person was the Dao clan's current clan leader, Dao Ling. He was the youngest clan leader in the history of the Dao clan, and also the strongest clan leader in history. He had surpassed his ancestors. In addition, he was also a heaven-defying cultivator. The first heaven-defying cultivator in the history of the dark observer cosmos. Dao Ling walked slowly to the divine ruins palace. There were hundreds of people inside. These people were all from the divine ruins forbidden land. The reason they hadn't died was because there was a divine ruins great array inside the divine ruins palace. This was an array created by generations of sect masters of the divine ruins forbidden land. It was extremely powerful, but now it could only be used to defend against the Dao clan. Everyone in the palace was in despair because they couldn't get out. Even if they did, what could they do? Who in the dark observer cosmos could resist this terrifying Dao clan? 12 observer realms. Dao Ling walked to the entrance of the main hall. He looked at the crowd in silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly walked in front of Dao Ling. He looked straight at Dao Ling and said, "My forbidden land of the ruins of God admits defeat. Can you let my people live?" Dao Ling looked at the middle-aged man. "I can admit defeat, but a way out?" "No." With that, he waved his right hand. Boom. The divine ruins palace's array suddenly shattered like rotten wood, unable to withstand a single blow. Dao Ling turned around and left. Don't leave a single one alive. Use the heads of all their clansmen to pay tribute to our ancestors. Very soon, a series of miserable shrieks came from behind him. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. Not long after, all the living beings in the entire land of the divine ruins were slaughtered. The smell of blood was so strong that even the starry sky tens of thousands of miles away could clearly smell it. Buried Earth. In order to enter the burial earth, one must first pass through the dark swamp, and in the depths of the dark swamp lived a powerful and terrifying creature, Heavenly Ghost. Thousands of mutilated corpses lay on the surface of the dark swamp. They were the corpses of the Dao clan's ancestors. In order to escort the younger generation of the Dao clan into the burial earth, these ancestors had sacrificed their lives. At that moment, Dao Ling arrived at the burial earth. Behind him were still the 12 Observer Realm experts, and behind them were tens of thousands of top experts from the Dao clan. Dao Ling looked at the corpses in the distance. After a long while he bowed slightly. Behind him, the 12 people and tens of thousands of experts from the Dao clan slowly knelt down. Dao Ling said softly, "Bring the ancestors home." Home. Hearing that, the tens of thousands of experts from the Dao clan suddenly felt their noses tingle, and they roared in unison, "Bring the ancestors home. How dare you!" At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the dark swamp. Immediately after, a heavenly ghost broke out of the ground. Observer Realm. The heavenly ghost looked down at the experts from the Dao clan with a ferocious expression. Just as it was about to speak, Dao Ling suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. In the distance, the heavenly ghost seemed to sense something. Its pupils suddenly shrank and it raised its arms to block. Boom. A terrifying power swept down, and the heavenly ghost's body was instantly shattered, while its soul retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. After it stopped, the heavenly ghost looked at Dao Ling, who was the leader. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Observer Realm. Dao Ling suddenly disappeared from where he was. The heavenly ghost's pupils shrank, and it was about to resist. The next moment, Dao Ling's hand had already grabbed its throat. The heavenly ghost stared at Dao Ling. "If you kill me, the heavenly ghost clan will definitely not." Dao Ling shook his head. "I came here today for two things. First, to bring the ancestors of the Dao clan home. Second, to destroy the heavenly ghost clan. Do you still remember how many of the ancestors of the Dao clan you killed when the heavenly ghost clan was in trouble? If you don't remember, it's fine. After all, it's a clan that is about to disappear. What does it matter whether you remember these things or not?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force. Boom. The heavenly ghost directly turned into dust, killing the exterior realm instantly. After killing the heavenly ghost, Dao Ling looked down at the dark swamp. "Heavenly Ghost King, are you still not coming out?" After a moment of silence, an afterimage floated out of the dark swamp. The heavenly Ghost King. He was also at the exterior realm. Of course, even if they were both at the exterior realm, there was still a difference in strength. This heavenly Ghost King's aura was much stronger than the heavenly Ghost King's. The heavenly Ghost King looked at Dao Ling. "I find it hard to believe that the Dao clan, which was on the brink of extinction, actually produced a genius like you." Dao Ling said, "Today I'm here to collect my debt." The Heaven Ghost King said solemnly, "Sir, the ones who slaughtered the Dao race back then were the great forces of the profound cosmos. What does it have to do with the Heaven Ghost race?" Dao Ling laughed softly. "What does this have to do with the Heaven Ghoul race? Back then, my father knelt in front of your dark swamp and begged your Heaven Ghoul race to be magnanimous and let my Dao race pass. But what did your Heaven Ghoul race do? It's fine if the Heaven Ghoul race doesn't let go. You even took advantage of the situation and seized my Dao clan's supreme treasure, the Dao robe. Not only that, but you even killed dozens of my Dao clan's seniors. I remember correctly, right?" The heavenly Ghost King slowly clenched his fists. "Sir, what happened back then was the fault of my Heavenly Ghoul race. My Heavenly Ghoul race is willing to compensate the Dao race." He had no choice but to admit defeat. The person in front of him was so powerful that he felt despair. Vipassana. Although it was only one realm higher, this one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Dao Ling shook his head slightly. "Compensation is fine. Use the heads of your Heaven Ghoul race as compensation." As he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding world became illusory. The Heavenly Ghost King's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He hurriedly said, "My Heaven Ghoul race was ordered to guard the dark swamp. If your Dao race dares to destroy my Heaven Ghoul race, you will all be consigned to eternal damnation." Dao Ling was expressionless. "Is that so?" As he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. In the distance, the Heavenly Ghost King's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly pressed his hands forward. Soul return. Boom. A terrifying soul aura suddenly surged out from his hands. However, in the next moment, a powerful force swept over. Rumble. That terrifying soul energy immediately shattered. In the next moment, a fist landed directly on the Heavenly Ghost King's throat. Boom. The Heavenly Ghost King was directly annihilated by this punch. In the sky, Dao Ling looked down. He suddenly punched downwards, and a fist carrying a destructive force swept down from the sky. In the end, it entered the dark swamp. Rumble. In an instant, the entire dark swamp exploded. Countless shrill cries resounded from within the dark swamp, but they quickly vanished. They had been wiped out. A short moment later, strands of evil aura suddenly shot into the sky from beneath the ground. In the sky, Dao Ling frowned slightly. The red light didn't provoke Dao Ling. Instead, it turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the sky, Dao Ling was silent for a moment before he said, "Let's go home." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. All the experts of the Dao race took the corpses of their ancestors and left with Dao Ling. Their target was the Dao territory, the former home of the Dao race. In the starry sky, Dao Ling suddenly stopped. A woman was standing not too far away from him. It was Xinxiu. Xinxiu looked at Dao Ling. "Patriarch Dao Ling, the pavilion master asked me to wait for you here." The pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Qin Guan. Dao Ling nodded slightly. "Speak." Xinxiu said, "There's one more thing. The pavilion master said that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is spread throughout the universe, and it doesn't want to interfere in the battles between any powers. Now that the Dao race has returned, I wonder what Patriarch Ling's attitude towards the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is?" Dao Ling fell silent for a moment before he said, "If the Immortal Treasure Pavilion doesn't become enemies with my Dao race, then my Dao race will absolutely not harm the Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Xinxiu nodded slightly and then she turned around and left. Dao Ling fell silent for a moment before he said, "Let's go." It didn't take long for all the experts of the Dao race to vanish into the starry sky. Within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the Colosseum, Yi Xian's eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged on the ground, and he'd entered into a meditative state. During this period of time he'd been madly studying space, matter, the Dao and techniques. Because he had to understand them in order to disregard all of them. Was it difficult? It was extremely difficult. However, he knew that he had to figure it out. Otherwise his strength wouldn't be able to improve. One day later, Yi Xian left the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and arrived at an unknown and mysterious starry sky. He glanced at the surroundings and the starry sky was deathly silent. Then he slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. An expanse of space shattered before him, but the essence was still there. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment when he saw this, and then he drew his sword and slashed again. Destroy matter. Yi Xian drew his sword madly. What he wanted to do now was to surpass the limits of his limits. Only then would he be able to destroy the essence and attain another height. In the starry sky, Yi Xian tried madly. During this process he tried many different methods, including drawing his sword to determine life and death. He tried ceaselessly for the sake of creating the strongest strike. If that strike was executed, then it would be the visualization state. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young lord, why don't you return to the pagoda to cultivate? It'll be much faster if we return to the pagoda to cultivate." Yi Xian ignored Xiaota. Xiaota continued, "There's nothing bad about being a second-generation heir. Having a backer is also a form of strength." Yi Xian still ignored Xiaota. Xiaota continued, "Young lord, no matter how hard you work, you can't change the fact that you're a second-generation heir." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 22:16. Yi Xian ignored Xiaota and continued to focus on his cultivation. Keep pursuing, keep breaking through. As a human being, one should have a goal, and his goal was to be invincible. He dared to think about it, but he didn't dare to do it. Now he dared to think about it, but he dared to do it. In the starry sky, Yi Xian tried again and again. At this moment, his cultivation was close to insanity. Perhaps because of this, the demonic berserk bloodline in his body was stirring, showing signs of activation. However, he firmly suppressed the demonic berserk bloodline. The power of the bloodline was not a foreign object, but he didn't plan to use it. Right now he wanted to be a pure swordsman. In the starry sky, rays of sword light tore through the starry sky. Before long, the entire starry sky was torn into countless pieces by these rays of sword light. Several days later Yi Xian suddenly stopped. At this moment his eyes were a little red and his hair was messy. At first glance he looked a little crazy. Yi Xian tightly gripped the sword in his hand, silent. In these days no matter how he tried he couldn't destroy the essence. Even if he stacked the sword to decide life and death to 50,000 rays, it still wouldn't work. 50,000 rays was his current limit, but he still couldn't destroy matter. Was the method wrong? Yi Xian frowned, a little suspicious. After a moment of silence Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm down. He knew that he had to calm down now because the countless failures had made him a little impatient. Calm down. Ferocious. Calm down. Yi Xian took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the starry sky. At this time Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, I think that as long as you use the green profound sword, the current you can definitely destroy matter. You should know that the green profound sword can destroy all laws, all Daos and all essences. Moreover, have you forgotten? The green profound sword can help you advance by 2 tiers. You're now in the divine transformation tier, which means that as long as you use the green profound sword, you can instantly reach the time tier that Big Sister Qingguan mentioned. Not only that, but you don't even need to cultivate to directly possess the legendary power of time." Yi Xian remained silent and ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta continued, "As long as you nod, you'll be the strongest in the entire universe." Yi Xian remained silent. Xiao Ta said again, "Young master, let me tell you, every chosen one will rely on something abnormal. It's normal for you to rely on it. Don't feel any psychological burden." Yi Xian still ignored Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and he spoke softly, "I understand now." Xiao Ta quickly said, "Have you thought it through?" Yi Xian said softly, "Pure. What I did was not pure enough." Miss Qingguan said, "There are no obstacles to cultivation. It's just that people's minds are too complicated and have too many thoughts. That's why there are obstacles in cultivation. I thought too much and wasn't pure enough. If I wasn't pure enough, how could my sword surpass my own limits?" As he spoke, he got up and walked toward the depths of the starry sky. At this moment he let go of all the shackles in his heart and abandoned all thoughts. There was only the sword in his heart. Yi Xian just walked like that, his heart calm. 3 days later, the walking Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and slashed with his sword. With this slash, the spacetime in front of him cracked, and in the next moment the cracked spacetime suddenly turned into nothingness, destroying matter. Yi Xian stopped. That slash just now wasn't to decide life and death, nor was it to slash the past and the future. It was just a simple slash. But it was a pure slash. In the starry sky Yi Xian said softly, "I see. Pure." There was an essential difference between focusing on one thing and doing it mechanically. At this moment he could already surpass Tao and Dharma, spacetime and matter, directly destroying the essence. As if thinking of something he suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed. The river of time in front of him was directly torn apart by his slash. The river of time was destroyed. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Now he could also directly destroy the river of time. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far in front of him stood a middle-aged man. It was the Law Master. The Law Master looked at Yi Xian. "Are you surprised?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "You must have come with ill intentions, right?" The Law Master sneered. "What do you think?" Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Have you eaten?" The Law Master was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. "If you haven't eaten, then have a taste of my sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. The sword radiance tore through the battlefield. In the distance, the Law Master's expression instantly changed. "Damn, is this person crazy? Directly fight when they meet? I haven't even said the words I prepared." Without thinking much, the Law Master was about to attack. However, at this moment his expression changed drastically. At this moment he realized that Yi Xian's sword was different. Something was wrong. The Law Master was shocked and hurriedly said, "Sect Master, save me." The Sect Master was speechless. Although the Law Master was extremely shocked, he did not choose to sit and wait for death. He clenched his right hand and then punched forward. In this punch, countless laws surged out. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky directly cracked layer by layer. The power was too strong. As Yi Xian's sword slashed, countless laws were destroyed. The sword pierced straight through and directly entered the Law Master's glabella. The Law Master's body froze and his face was full of disbelief. One sword. He could not even withstand one sword. How was this possible? The law master looked at Yi Xian in front of him and said blankly, Did you cheat? Yi Xian was a little dissatisfied. What are you saying? I've only just broken through. The law master was stunned at first. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted and he said in a trembling voice, You reached half a step into the observer state? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The law master's expression froze. Observer state? Yi Xian nodded. The law master suddenly roared angrily, How is this possible? How is this possible? How could you reach the observer state in such a short time? This is impossible. Don't lie to the old man. Yi Xian was speechless. The law master seemed to have gone crazy. No, you are not the observer state. You are definitely not the observer state. As he spoke, he turned around and slowly walked into the distance as if he had lost his soul. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you think you can escape by pretending to be crazy? As soon as Yi Xian said this, the law master rushed into the sky and wanted to escape. At this moment, the sword that had entered the law master's glabella suddenly shook violently and directly destroyed all the vitality in the law master's body. The law master's body froze on the spot and his face was full of confusion. He could not accept this. How could he accept this? How many years had he cultivated for? How much hardship had he suffered? However, he was only half a step into the observer state. However, this Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state in such a short time. Damn it! How unfair was this world? The law master, who was about to disappear completely, suddenly roared angrily, The heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the distant starry sky. What does it have to do with me, the Tendo? Why do you have to compare yourself with someone who has backing? Aren't you retarded? You want to make me the handsome scapegoat? Tendo. Yi Xian looked up into the starry sky. The person who had just spoken was this world's Tendo. The law master suddenly looked up. Little Tendo, how dare you humiliate me? The Tendo said calmly. Law master, let me remind you, you are about to die. Please know what you are doing. The law master was stunned at first, then he suddenly turned his head. Pathmaster, save me. Before he could finish speaking, a sword light flashed across his throat. The law master's voice suddenly stopped. He had been completely erased. There was no longer a pathmaster in this world. Yi Xian looked up into the distant starry sky. In the distant starry sky, an old man was looking at him. It was the pathmaster of the southern region. At this moment, the pathmaster's heart was in turmoil. Observer state. Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state. This was something he had not expected at all, because Yi Xian had only been in the divine change state previously. He was not even half a step into the observer state, but now Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state directly. This was too terrifying. After all, he had been half a step into the observer state for tens of thousands of years. Now Yi Xian had actually reached the observer state in such a short time. The pathmaster's expression was complicated, and his heart was even more complicated. He also wanted to say, Why is the heavens so unfair? However, when he remembered that the Tendo was just beside him, he gave up. Strictly speaking, it did not seem to have anything to do with the Tendo. The pathmaster collected his thoughts and looked at Yi Xian. Did you reach the observer state because of the heavenly meridian? Yi Xian shook his head. The pathmaster narrowed his eyes. How is that possible? If not for the heavenly meridian, how could you have reached the observer state in such a short time? Yi Xian thought about it and said, Do you really want to know? The pathmaster nodded instinctively. Yi Xian smiled. Actually, it is quite easy to reach the observer state. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the notebook that Qingguan had left for him slowly flew to the pathmaster. The pathmaster was stunned at first, then he opened the notebook. As he read, the pathmaster's mind went blank. Observer state. They actually did not know much about the observer state. If they knew much, they would not have been unable to break through after so many years. At this moment, after reading the detailed description of the observer state in the notebook, the pathmaster was shocked. He was truly shocked. At this moment he realized that it was just as Yi Xian had said. Actually, the observer state did not seem to be very difficult. It was like a second-generation heir. His father taught him how to earn money from a young age and gave him money. Was it difficult for a second-generation heir? Definitely not. But was it difficult for an ordinary person? Of course it was. Because everything had to be figured out by oneself, and that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When he read about the time realm after the observer state, the pathmaster's blood suddenly boiled. These two realms seemed to have opened a door for him. Cultivation. The Path Master was extremely excited. He wanted to cultivate. At this moment he was confident that he could cultivate to the Supreme Observer state or even the Time Realm. At this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly flashed. The Path Master who was reading suddenly looked up. He was shocked and he pressed his right hand forward. Countless Tao laws surged out. However, the sword easily tore those Tao laws apart and pierced his forehead. Boom. The Path Master was frozen on the spot. The Path Master looked at Yi Xian in the distance. He was a little confused. Yi Xian smiled. Are you confident that you can break through and reach the Observer state? The Path Master looked at Yi Xian blankly. Why are you showing me this? Yi Xian smiled. To let you have hope and then despair. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of the Path Master and stabbed the Path Master's abdomen with the sword in his right hand. He said fiercely, "Not only do I want to kill, but I also want to destroy your heart." The Path Master was speechless. "P.S. I've returned home. I don't have much time to write. It's a little difficult for me to update normally. Sorry. Is there a problem with delaying the outburst? I will choose a climax point for the outburst to let everyone have a good look. Sorry again about the outburst." Chapter 22:17. Kill the Heart. With a hideous look on his face, the Path Master roared hysterically. "I curse you." Hiss. Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword and left. The Path Master's body and soul started to vanish at a visible rate. The Path Master roared furiously. His roar was filled with unwillingness. What was the cruelest thing in the world? Nothing more than seeing hope only to be met with despair. Yi Xian gave him hope only to be met with despair. This was the cruelest. Gradually the Path Master's voice grew weaker until it vanished. There were no more masters in the world. Out of the 4 masters of the southern region, only the World Master was left. In the distance Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Xiao Ta suddenly asked, "Young Master, what do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he said, "Look inside." Since he had achieved the outer appearance, then his goal was to look inside. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. The green profound sword. Yi Xian held the green profound sword and sensed it carefully. He sensed the legendary power of time. Qin Guan relied on the green profound sword to create the state of time. Since Qin Guan could do it, why couldn't he? After all, he was a person of destiny. Even though he didn't know what a person of destiny was. After a while Yi Xian frowned. Xiao Ta asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he said, "I sense the power of time." Xiao Ta continued, "And then?" Yi Xian thought for a moment before he shook his head and put away the green profound sword. He didn't continue studying the power of time because he realized that it wasn't something he could control right now. Unless he used the profound azure sword as a medium, he would be able to control the power of time within the sword. However, he didn't want to do that. The reason for that was because he knew that using such a method to control the power of time was only useful for showing off. There was no other meaning to it as it was not something he could cultivate. Moreover, he discovered a problem that he had never discovered before. When he chose to give up on relying on the green profound sword and focus on improving himself, the green profound sword became even more terrifying. Just like now, if he were to use the Qingshen sword, he was confident that he could even kill a Vipassana master. To put it simply, the stronger he was, the stronger the green profound sword would be. After a while Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Ta, you've been with Dad since the beginning, right?" Xiao Ta said, "Yes, from the very beginning. Actually, young master, there's something that I don't know if I should say or not." Yi Xian smiled and said, "What is it?" Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice, "Master and I have gone through life and death together countless times. Based on our relationship, it's really not too much for you to call me Ta Dad. Oh no, call me Uncle Ta." Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. Xiao Ta still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly flew up on his sword and disappeared into the horizon. On the way Xiao Ta said, "Young master, where are you going?" Yi Xian said, "The three-dimensional universe." Xiao Ta was puzzled. "Young master, why are you going to the three-dimensional universe?" Yi Xian said softly, "To understand Dad's previous life. Didn't you all say that he lived a hard life? I want to understand." Hearing this, Xiao Ta understood. Yi Xian was trying to break through to the Vipassana master. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the three-dimensional universe. Because of his dad's protection, ordinary people couldn't enter the three-dimensional universe. Of course he was an exception. Sword Sect, Floating Mountain Handyman Peak. Presently, the Sword Sect could be said to be the largest swordsman sect in the Southern Territory, and any swordsman would take pride in joining the Sword Sect. When it came to the Sword Sect, two people had to be mentioned. One was the founding ancestor of the Sword Sect, the Unfettered One. He'd never been defeated in his entire life, and he sought defeat all his life. In the end, he couldn't endure the loneliness of being invincible, so he left the Southern Territory and headed to a stronger world. The second was the Sword Devil Yang Yi. He was an extraordinary genius that had appeared in the Sword Sect after the founding ancestor. Because he'd once been a labor disciple, the status of labor disciples in the Sword Sect had risen along with him. Many inner court disciples would even come to Labor Peak to be labor disciples for a period of time, and they put it in a euphemistic way, to gain experience. When Yi Xian arrived at Labor Peak, he noticed that the swordsmen here weren't very weak. Even though they weren't as strong as the swordsmen from his universe, they weren't weak either. Yi Xian arrived before a hall, and he was slightly dazed as he gazed at the dazzling and resplendent hall before him. The hall before him was built in an extremely luxurious manner. The pillars were actually completely made of gold, the walls were even made of dark iron, and even the floor was made of pure mithril. There were 3 large words at the top of the hall, Yang Yi Hall. Yi Xian gazed at those words with an emotionless expression. Xiao Ta, you told me that Dad suffered when he was a labor disciple. Yes, living in such a place and being a labor disciple is truly very bitter. He placed extra emphasis on the word bitter. Xiao Ta's face was covered in bewilderment. It wasn't like this in the past. At that time it was just an ordinary thatched hut. Why has it become like this now? Damn it. It was definitely those fellows from the Sword Sect who did this. Young master, you understand. Once a person becomes famous, then even the bed he slept in will become priceless. Yi Xian shook his head. He pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. Inside the shop there were some bookshelves on both sides, and at the center of the shop, there was a statue made of pure gold. It was the statue of the man in green. Looking at this statue, Yi Xian was instantly speechless. It was actually made of pure gold and it was extremely luxurious. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the bookshelf in the distance. There was a small plaque on the bookshelf and there were a few large words written on it. Yang Ye's classic quotations. Dad's classic quotations? Yi Xian was slightly curious. He picked up a scroll and opened it to take a look. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river. Looking at this sentence, Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Dad's vicious aura is really heavy. He's obviously not a good person. In next to no time, Yi Xian looked down, and there was actually an annotation at the bottom. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river. These words seem to be crude and simple, but they actually contain supreme truth, and they warn the people of the world. In these chaotic times, we must have the heart of an expert. If we don't have the heart of an expert, then we'll be like withered grass in the water. We can only drift along with the current, live an ordinary life and transform into dust in the end. We must have the heart of an expert like Sect Master Yang Yi. We must have the determination and imposing manner to shout loudly in the face of this dark and chaotic world. Fight him until he's undefeatable. Kill him until his blood flows like a river, and we'll return a bright world to this world. Yi Xian closed the scroll and then he asked, Xiao Ta, did Dad say these words? Xiao Ta said, he did. Yi Xian asked another question. Is the meaning of Dad's words the same as the annotation? Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, it doesn't seem to be like that. Yi Xian asked, then what does it mean? Xiao Ta thought for a moment and then he said, it means that he's gone mad from killing. He's roaring randomly. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Damn it. Then what does this annotation mean? Xiao Ta said, truthfully speaking, I don't understand it as well. Yi Xian was speechless. After a short moment, Yi Xian picked up another scroll at the side, and he opened it and took a look. Only by experiencing hellish torture would one possess the strength to conquer heaven. Only by bleeding fingers would one be able to play out the ultimate song of the world. Yi Xian was just about to look at the annotation when he seemed to have thought of something, and he asked, Xiao Ta, did Dad say these words? Xiao Ta went silent for a moment before he said, I don't think so. Yi Xian's expression froze. Are you sure? Xiao Ta said, I've always been with Master. I can basically remember everything he said. This sentence shouldn't have been said by him. Moreover, Master is the same as you. He doesn't like to read, so it's impossible for him to say something of such standard. His words are either about fighting or killing or some messy limerick. Yi Xian said in a low voice, since he didn't say it, why did you say that he said it? Xiao Ta said in a low voice, I don't understand either. Yi Xian was speechless. What the heck? At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the side. Yi Xian turned his head to look. Not far away, a swordsman walked in. When he saw Yi Xian, the swordsman was slightly stunned. Very quickly he frowned. Who are you? Yi Xian put down the scroll and smiled. Yi Xian. The swordsman looked at Yi Xian. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. You're not from my sword sect. Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand and smiled. I'm also a swordsman. The swordsman stared at Yi Xian. But you're not a swordsman from my sword sect. Yi Xian nodded. I'm not. The swordsman placed his left hand on the hilt of his sword. His eyes turned cold. Who are you? Yi Xian was about to speak. Suddenly, many footsteps came from outside the hall. Obviously, their voices were too loud, and it alarmed the sword sect's experts in the surroundings. Soon, a group of swordsmen appeared in the hall. Greetings, sect leader. Meanwhile, all the swordsmen within the hall suddenly bowed towards the people outside the hall. All of them looked towards the outside of the hall. An old man was walking in slowly. The old man wore a large black robe and had a sheathed sword hanging from his waist. Moreover, he emanated a faint pressure. Yi Xian sized up the old man and said, Xiao Ta, do you know him? Xiao Ta remained silent for a moment before he said, I don't. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't know him? He's the sect leader of the sword sect. Xiao Ta was slightly helpless. Young master practically never returned after he left the southern territory all those years ago. Even though Matriarch Su has taken care of the sword sect in secret, Master doesn't have any thoughts about the sword sect. Yi Xian was puzzled. What? Xiao Ta said, all those years ago when Master's mother, your wet nurse, was annihilated by the Flower Palace, not only did the sword sect not interfere, it even expelled Master from the sword sect. Even though Master didn't implicate the sword sect because of Matriarch Su, he doesn't have any feelings towards the sword sect. Yi Xian nodded slightly and was about to speak. Meanwhile, the sect leader of the sword sect spoke in a hoarse voice. Who are you? Yi Xian instinctively pointed at the statue of the green-clothed man. I'm his father. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. The others were speechless. Xiao Ta spoke solemnly. Young master, are you sure? Chapter 22:18. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Too fast. Yi Xian quickly corrected himself. He is my father. Everyone, the sword sect leader looked at Yi Xian as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. You said you are sect leader Yang's son? Yi Xian nodded. The sword sect leader sneered. Ridiculous, really ridiculous, who doesn't know that sect leader Yang only has one daughter? Yi Xian, the sword sect leader continued. You swordsman, you are really shameless, pretending to be sect leader Yang's son. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I really am his son. The sword sect leader said angrily. Sect leader Yang does not have a son, only a daughter. Yi Xian, the sword sect leader sighed. For a small benefit, you don't hesitate to sell your soul and recognize someone else as your father. Young man, do you think you are worthy of your biological father? Yi Xian suddenly activated his bloodline. As soon as the bloodline power appeared, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The surrounding swordsmen's expression changed greatly, and they all retreated, their eyes full of fear. The sword sect leader's expression also changed slightly. What do you want to do? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You don't recognize my bloodline? The sword sect leader said in a deep voice. What bloodline? Yi Xian said in his heart. Xiao Ta, they don't recognize the mad demon bloodline? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, the mad demon bloodline was awakened by the young master later, they don't recognize it. Yi Xian asked, then how do I prove my identity? Xiao Ta thought for a long time then said, I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. The sword sect master glared at Yi Xian. Sir, I advise you to be kind. If you dare to act recklessly, my sword sect will have to summon our ancestor. Summoning the ancestor. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. What a ridiculous world. At this time, a swordsman suddenly said in a trembling voice, Sect Master, look carefully, he really does look like Sect Master Yang. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Xian and after sizing him up they were shocked. He really does look like him. The sword sect master glanced at the statue of the green-clothed man, and then glanced at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a moment before he said, You said you're sect master Yang's son. Do you have proof? Yi Xian smiled and said, What proof do you want? The sect leader of the sword sect fell silent. Sect Master Yang? Actually, he wasn't familiar with the legendary sect Master Yang. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and left. He didn't try to prove that he was Yang Ye's son because it was meaningless. If these swordsmen acknowledged him, then he would definitely leave some benefits for them. Since they refused, then he could only bid farewell to them. Yi Xian didn't stop at all and vanished from the sword sect. The sword sect master raised his head and looked up into the sky in silence. Actually, he'd acknowledged Yi Xian's identity as soon as he laid eyes on Yi Xian. They were too similar. However, he hadn't chosen to acknowledge Yi Xian's identity. What? He was the sect master of the sword sect right now. So, what if sect master Yang's son tried to seize his position if he acknowledged sect master Yang's identity as the junior sect master? He'd obtained this position with great difficulty, so how could he give it up so easily? Not a chance. The sword sect master grunted coldly in his heart, and then he turned around and left. South Peace City. South Peace City was where his father used to live, and it was a small city in the Southern Territory. Yi Xian was slightly dazed as he stood before a luxurious building. This building was 9 floors tall, and it could only be described with a single word: extravagant. The entire building was forged from a special profound sky, and the ground was paved with golden bricks. At a glance, the golden light flickered, blinding one's eyes. Especially those pillars, which were several tens of feet wide. These pillars were actually made of special materials, and with a single glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary objects. Moreover, there were numerous pearls that were the size of a head embedded into the walls of the building. The entire building emanated the aura of a tycoon. Yi Xian gazed at the building before him and said in a low voice, "Xiao Ta, my father lived here in the past?" Xiao Ta fell silent for a short moment before he said, "It really was here in the past. However, it was only an extremely simple and crude stone house at that time. Have we gone the wrong way?" Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the top of the building. "See that? There are 4 large words there, Yang Ye's former residence." Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Xiao Ta, tell me the truth. Was my father really left to fend for himself when he was young? Or could it be that his method of being left to fend for himself is different from mine?" Xiao Ta was speechless. At this moment he was slightly dazed as well. How did it become like this? Meanwhile, a voice sounded out from the side. "Brother, are you going to visit the Sword Emperor Yang Ye's former residence?" Yi Xian turned around and saw a young man standing not too far away. The young man wore a light yellow robe, and he held a folding fan in his hand. There were 2 black-robed old men following behind the young man. Both of them were expressionless, and it was obvious that they were experts. The young man walked over to Yi Xian and said with a smile, "I'm Yu Chuan. May I know your name?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yi Xian." "Yi Xian." Yu Chuan smiled and said, "Brother Yi, do you want to go in and have a look with me?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "All right." Under Yu Chuan's lead, Yi Xian entered the building, and there were some comparatively simple household items placed within it. Yu Chuan grinned and said, "All of these were once used by Senior Yang Yi, and they have a very long history." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The Sword Emperor?" Yu Chuan gazed at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Is there a problem?" Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "The Sword Emperor is the highest accomplishment a swordsman can attain in the Southern Territory. After Master left the Southern Territory, his current accomplishments aren't something that the people of the Southern Territory can imagine. Of course, in their eyes, they still think that Master is only the Sword Emperor." Yi Xian nodded lightly and then he said with a smile, "No problem." Yu Chuan glanced at it and then he withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, do you think we've made a legend of the Sword Emperor Yang Yi?" Yi Xian gazed at Yu Chuan, and then Yu Chuan smiled lightly and said, "Actually, I really don't like this. The current imperial family is too exaggerated. I can't deny that the Sword Emperor Yang Yi was definitely a monstrous genius amongst monstrous geniuses in the past. However, the entire Southern Territory is singing his praises now, and they think he's the savior of the world." As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and smiled. Even the place he lived in has become a hallowed ground. Needless to say, it's very laughable and pitiable. Xiao Ta suddenly couldn't help but say, "Pitiable? Laughable? Damn it. If it wasn't for Master, then the third dimension would have been destroyed by Big Sister Tianming. Yu Chuan frowned slightly when he heard Xiao Ta, and then he gazed at Yi Xian's stomach and said, "Brother Yi, what's talking?" Xiao Ta said furiously, "You're the thing. I'm the #1 pagoda in all the worlds in the universe." Yu Chuan spoke indifferently, "A Xiao Ta who possesses intelligence is quite rare. However, Xiao Ta, you're really too good at bragging. You're practically bragging to death." Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Yu Chuan, even though I don't really like legends as well, to be honest, all of you haven't made him a legend. Conversely, you've weakened him a little." Yu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Weakened him?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yes." Yu Chuan shook his head and smiled. "Brother Yi, you're too young." Yi Xian was speechless. Yu Chuan suddenly said, "Brother Yi, you seem to possess an extraordinary bearing, so I presume you're an ambitious person. Are you interested in following me?" Yi Xian looked at Yu Chuan and was stunned. "Follow you?" Yu Chuan smiled and said, "To be honest, I'm the third prince of the current dynasty. My ambition is to become the sovereign. Brother Yi, how about you follow me to create a great cause?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Fight for the throne?" Yu Chuan laughed heartily. "That's right." Yi Xian was silent. Yu Chuan sized up Yi Xian and said, "Brother Yi isn't a swordsman from the sword sect, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Yu Chuan smiled faintly. "In that case, Brother Yi should be a rogue cultivator." Saying so, he took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring. There were 10 spirit stones inside. They were the most common kind of spirit stones. The amount of spiritual energy in them was almost negligible. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother Yu Chuan, what are you doing? I don't deserve a reward, I don't dare to accept it." Saying so, he hurriedly pushed the storage ring back to Yu Chuan. Yu Chuan sneered in his heart. These swordsmen are really hypocrites. They obviously want it but still refuse. Yu Chuan's face was full of smiles as he pretended to be displeased. "Brother Yi, do you think it's too little?" Yi Xian was speechless. "You really don't have enough," Yu Chuan said seriously. "Brother Yi, if you don't think it's too little, please accept it. I know it's not easy for you rogue cultivators. These spirit stones are just a small token of my appreciation. To tell you the truth, when I seize the throne in the future, there will be many more like this." As he spoke, he walked over to Yi Xian and smiled. "Brother Yi, let's join forces and the future will be ours." Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed. Yu Chuan suddenly pointed at Yang Ye's statue in the distance and then he said, "Brother Yi, so long as you're willing to fight, then nothing is impossible in the future. If you follow me and I seize the throne, then you'll have the support of the imperial family in the future. Coupled with your natural talent, Brother Yi, I dare say that you'll definitely be able to attain the heights of the Sword Emperor, Yang Yi. No, it's even possible for you to surpass him." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, he's deceiving you." Yi Xian nodded. "I can tell." Yu Chuan grew more and more excited as he spoke. "Brother Yi, this opportunity doesn't come by again." Yi Xian fell silent. Yu Chuan suddenly withdrew a small cloth bag and he placed it in front of Yi Xian. There were 10 spirit stones within the small cloth bag. Yu Chuan gazed at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, my annual salary is only 20 spirit stones." Yi Xian was speechless. Yu Chuan grinned. "Brother Yi, there's no need to be too moved. It's merely 20 spirit stones. It's nothing." Yi Xian sighed lightly, and then he patted Yu Chuan on the shoulder lightly. "Listen to brother's advice. You can't hold on to the throne, so give it up." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Refuse." Yu Chuan stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He'd actually been so courteous, yet he'd actually been refused. This was an extraordinary humiliation. His blood immediately surged and he couldn't help but speak fiercely. "My fate is up to me and not the heavens. Swordsman, since you look down on me today, then I'll make it so that you'll never be able to reach me in the future." Yi Xian staggered and almost fainted when he heard this. P.S. There are a few days every month where I don't feel like writing. I no longer have the drive I had when I was young. Back then I'd break the chapters whenever I didn't like it, but now, I'm ashamed. Chapter 22:19. Defy the Heavens? Yi Xian was speechless. This Prince Yu Chuan is truly a genius. He actually wants to defy the heavens. Does this fellow really know what the heavens are? Many people in the mortal world are truly ignorant and useless, yet they shout about defying the heavens every single day. Really, everything depends on one's mouth, and one's mouth can do anything. Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, he's like some people in the Milky Way galaxy. In the virtual world, he strikes with force, but in reality he's a yes man." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and then he turned around to gaze at Yu Chuan, who had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. He sighed softly, "Brother Yu Chuan, I don't have any intention of looking down on you. I just feel that you're really unable to hold on to the throne." Yu Chuan ridiculed, "How laughable. A dignified prince like me needs an independent cultivator like you to do things for me?" Yi Xian shook his head, and then he suddenly turned around and clenched his left hand. Bang! Countless clouds in the distant sky suddenly shot down violently, and then they surged down towards Yi Xian like tidewater. When they arrived before the hall, all the clouds transformed into a sword that descended into Yi Xian's grasp. Yu Chuan's expression instantly changed violently when he witnessed this scene, and he moved backwards repeatedly. "You." Yi Xian glanced at the statue of the green-clothed man, and then he smiled, "Brother Yu Chuan, I'll say it one more time. All of you didn't worship him, and not only did you not, you even greatly weakened him. Perhaps he's not a good person, but he really did save the three-dimensional universe." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yu Chuan seemed as if he'd been frozen on the spot within the hall, and his face was covered in astonishment. A long time passed before he spoke with a trembling voice, "Is that the Sword Emperor?" Yi Xian looked down at the southern territory in the starry sky, and the entire southern territory seemed extremely tiny from his position. Yi Xian sighed softly. He'd originally come to see his father's past and see if he could find some inspiration to attain insight. However, all he found was loneliness. Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, since you're here, then go pay your respects to Elder Mu." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Elder Mu?" Xiaota said, "Yes, he is a senior that master respects very much. Master treats him as his master. If not for him in the early stages, master would really be dead. His tomb is in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. You can pay your respects there." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." With that, he disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he'd arrived at the depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and Yi Xian saw a tomb on the peak of a mountain. Yi Xian gazed at the tombstone, Elder Mu's grave. Disciple Yang Yi. There were only a few words and they were very simple. Yi Xian walked over to the tomb and then Xiaota said in a light voice, "The deaths of those two people were a huge blow to Master. The first was Master's mother, and the second was Elder Mu. After they died, Master's disposition became extremely extreme, and he didn't trust anyone besides Matriarch Su and Matriarch Zi for a very long period of time. Actually, Master's life was really bitter. It wasn't just Master, wasn't Big Sister Tianming quite miserable as well? Who would have imagined that the invincible Tianming had almost starved to death in a cave?" As it spoke, it sighed lightly. If it said that the person who suffered the least was the unfettered one. That fellow was invincible since the Southern Territory began, and he was invincible until now. Big Brother. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Big Brother's life was really legendary. A short while later, Yi Xian bowed deeply to the tombstone, and then he turned around and left. Right at this moment, a voice resounded from the side. "Who are you?" Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman walking over slowly from afar. The woman was tall and wore a black dress. Yi Xian sized her up and said, "Who are you?" The woman stared at Yi Xian for a long time before she said, "You're his son." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "You know my father?" The woman fell silent. Yi Xian asked in his heart, "Xiaota, do you know her?" Xiaota said, "I know her." Yi Xian asked, "Who?" Xiaota said, "In any case, her relationship with Master isn't ordinary. Do as you see fit." Yi Xian. The woman suddenly spoke softly, "Where is he now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know either." The woman looked at Yi Xian, "Have you been left alone?" Yi Xian's expression froze. The woman said, "Looking at your expression, it should be." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The woman spoke softly, "Will he come back here again?" Yi Xian looked at the woman, "This? How should I address you?" It didn't seem very good to call her aunt. The woman shook her head and didn't speak. Yi Xian asked again, "Are you waiting for Dad here?" The woman nodded. Yi Xian continued to ask, "How long have you waited?" The woman spoke softly, Look, my hair has already turned white. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. Indeed, although the woman still looked young, her hair had already turned white. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then opened his palm, and a storage ring slowly floated in front of the woman. There are cultivation methods and cultivation resources in the storage ring. It can increase your lifespan and strength. The woman looked at Yi Xian. What's your name? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. The woman frowned slightly. Not surnamed Yang? Yi Xian said, he left me alone in the Yi family, so. The woman nodded slightly. I understand. Yi Xian asked again, are you still waiting? The woman nodded, waiting until death. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then he said, how about this? I'll remind Dad to come back and have a look when I see him next. With his current strength, it'll only take an instant for him to return here. A trace of light lit up in the woman's eyes when she heard this. All right? Yi Xian nodded. I'll tell him that someone is waiting for him here. The woman said, thank you. Yi Xian said with a smile, goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and flew on his sword, vanishing into the horizon. The woman looked up into the sky and remained silent for a long time. Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Xiao Ta, who exactly is that woman? Xiao Ta said, in any case she once had a dispute with Master. Alas, speaking of this I have to say a few more things. In the past, Master's character was really extreme and he was stubborn like a bull. Of course, this is related to his experiences. It's impossible for someone who grew up in such an environment to not be extreme. In terms of character, I think you're much better than him, young Master. At the very least, you don't act rashly most of the time. In the past, Master was really the type of person who would kill your entire family at the slightest disagreement. He was just like a pervert. Yi Xian was speechless. Small Tower continued to say, you're just flowery and showy, just like an idiot. Yi Xian said indifferently, Xiao Ta, if I kill you, will I be able to attain the Tao? Xiao Ta said, it's useless to kill me. If you kill Master, you'll definitely attain the Tao. Yi Xian hurriedly said, don't talk nonsense. I've never thought of it that way. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. In the Western region. On this day, the strongest sect in the Western region, the Primordial Sect, was on high alert as if facing a great enemy. The Dao clan had returned. The sudden return of the Dao clan shocked all the forces in the Dark Observation Cosmos. They were naturally familiar with the Dao clan. After all, they had joined forces to drive the Dao clan out of the Dark Observation Cosmos. Now the Dao clan had made a comeback. In the sky above the Primordial Sect, Dao Ling stood quietly. Behind him were the 12 Observer Realm powerhouses. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of Dao Ling. This old man was the sect master of the Primordial Sect, and one of the strongest people in the Dark Observation Cosmos. The sect master of the Primordial Sect looked at Dao Ling. It seems that you're much stronger than your father was back then. Dao Ling said, today I'm here to collect a debt. Are you ready? The sect master of the Primordial Sect stared at Dao Ling. He slowly clenched his right hand and was about to attack. At this moment, Dao Ling suddenly shook his head. There's no rush. As soon as he finished speaking, an afterimage suddenly flashed over from afar. In the next moment, that afterimage had appeared in front of Dao Ling, and then he casually tossed a few hundred heads down from the sky. The eyes of the sect master of the Primordial Sect almost split apart from rage when he saw these heads. The Dao clan. Dao Ling gazed at him. You intend to leave a spark for your Primordial Sect? As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. How could that be possible? The sect master of the Primordial Sect spoke fiercely. Members of the Primordial Sect, heed my command. We'll fight the Dao clan to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. In the distance, Dao Ling suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down. Bang! The sect master of the Primordial Sect didn't even have the chance to react before he was blasted down to the ground by a mysterious force. Rumble. The sect master of the Primordial Sect fell into the Primordial Sect, and then the countless grand formations within the Primordial Sect exploded into pieces. Moreover, the sect master's body was blasted into pieces, and only his soul remained. He'd been killed in a single move. The experts of the Primordial Sect had astounded expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene, and their eyes were filled with despair. Their formidable sect master was actually instantly killed by a single move? The sect master of the Primordial Sect raised his head to look at Dao Ling, and he was slightly dazed. You? The Insight Realm. You've actually attained the Insight Realm. Dao Ling didn't answer him and he just flicked his sleeve. Bah! The sect master of the primordial sect's soul was blasted into pieces, and he was obliterated. Dao Ling turned around and left. Don't let a single survivor of the primordial sect escape. It didn't take long for 12 extraordinary experts to charge into the primordial sect, and it wasn't long before numerous shrill and miserable cries resounded from within the sect. After Dao Ling left the primordial sect, he traversed the stars and arrived at the forbidden area of the far north. Presently, there were only two extraordinary powers left in the profound universe. One was the time court and the other was the forbidden area. As soon as Dao Ling arrived at the forbidden area, a middle-aged man appeared before him. The middle-aged man gazed at Dao Ling, a heaven defier. Dao Ling shook his head. I don't really like that title. I'm just me, not a heaven defier. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, You're very strong, but you have to admit that it's because of some sort of luck that you're able to be so monstrous. To put it simply, your strength isn't pure, is it? Dao Ling said softly, This forbidden area is going to surprise me. The middle-aged man looked at Dao Ling. Let me experience the strength of a heaven defier of this generation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Bang! In an instant the entire Milky Way was destroyed. The Insight Realm. Not only that, but it was also the Insight Realm. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.